Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, September 18th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Nolans Saints versus the Carolina Panthers. We're going to get started here in about 15 minutes, and the countdown to 20,000 subs is getting very, very real. We have 17, count them, 17 subs to get to 20,000. We've been, making some ground, clawing, scratching, climbing, doing whatever we need to do. And we're going to have an awesome matchup with Derek Carr versus Bryce Young. Let's go, baby. And I had a choice to either do the Saints and the Panthers, who I actually really love covering, obviously me being a Buccaneer fan, and the NFC South, three Fs, okay? Or I could have ended up doing maybe that, Cleveland Browns, versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I honestly think this is going to be the better game, and I would rather watch the NFC South than watch Cleveland beat up on a Pittsburgh team that we'll see if they can even keep up at this point based off that defense that Cleveland showed against Joe Burrow in week 1. All right, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Daniel in the building. What's good? And like I said, I'll wait for people to kind of come in and get settled. I know some people are still at work, kind of getting ready to get off work and get everything going, but I'm ready to go. And then I ended up going with, I've done Olave on the thumb, but I figured, you know what? It's time for the quarterbacks to be shown, time for the quarterbacks to be seen. So we got Ka on the left and we got Bryce Young on the right. Rotating logos for both. Panthers here. Saints here. Let's go, baby. I'm ready to go. Let's get it. And I'm going to obviously turn on the Browns and the Steelers once that actually comes on as well. And hopefully we end up getting a pretty good turnout. And like I said, I mean, even if you aren't really about the NFC South, I just think for entertainment purposes, if you have no type of bias, this is going to be the funner game to cover and watch. Now, it could end up being a blowout. But with the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers, I feel that, a lot of times the games end up being pretty close, and usually it's like a 27-24 kind of score, or something of that nature. But what the Browns did in week 1 to Joe Burrow and the Bengals, the Steeler fans kept telling me in preseason, hey, we're undefeated. Kenny Pickett's going to take us to the AFC North crown, and we're going to win the Super Bowl. And I said, pump the brakes a little bit. They called me stupid. Well, I'm not looking too stupid now when you're 0-1 against the Niners, Steeler fans. And then now you got another tough opponent in the Cleveland Browns. So it's very realistic that you could end up 0-2. And if you start off 0-2, hell, you're not going to the Super Bowl with that offensive line, let alone you might not even be able to win the fucking division. So at this point, it looks like it might end up being the Ravens or the Browns, but it's a little bit too early. Joe Burrow's 0-2. Will the Steelers be 0-2? Probably. I mean, I got the Browns defense in fantasy, and I'm trying to put up a 150, 160 tonight. We got Demario Davis, a.k.a. the glue, in the middle. MT13, Michael Thomas on the left, and we got Carr on the right. This is on ESPN. Get your fucking popcorn ready. Let's go. Eddie in the building. What's good? AR did play good before the concussion came down. I've been very critical, on the quarterbacks with like Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, and Anthony Richardson. And I've seen enough tape up to this point where Richardson's going to be the guy that pans out. Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, it's a maybe. Like I said, it's like, when you had those big quarterback classes, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, and Trey Lance. And remember, everyone's like, oh my God, we have 5 franchise quarterbacks. And I said, you know what? Pump the brakes. You might have 1, maybe 2. No, Ryan. I'm telling you, Zach Wilson's going to be the best. He's going to be a little bit of Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers. He's going to pan out. He didn't pan out, right? Hey, Trey Lance, he's the future. He's the future of San Fran. Didn't pan out. Not even on the team anymore. Now he's on the Cowboys as a backup's backup, right? Mac Jones is average. That's all he is. He's average, and you're not going to really get a whole lot above and beyond that. So really the only 2 guys that you can say have started to show some flashes, Justin Fields, but his record is terrible. His completion percentage is terrible. He's been losing games left and right. It's not all Justin Fields, but he's the second best one out of those 5. That's not good. Trevor Lawrence is by far the best. Now, as we're going into this upcoming draft, we got Caleb Williams. Seems like he could pan out. Drake May. Seems like he could pan out. Who else? Michael Penix Jr. as a lefty. Looks like he could pan out. Quinn Ewers looks like he can pan out. Shedeur Sanders looks like he can pan out. So this upcoming quarterback class has 5 guys that actually could pan out. Now, all of them are going to pan out? No. There's probably a chance where you're going to get maybe 2 out of those 5 that are going to be really, really good, and then another 1 or 2 that will be above average, and then there's probably going to be a bust somewhere in there, out of those 5 players. And I'm not even putting Bo Nix in the category because I don't think he's good enough to start in the NFL, and I'm a Duck fan. So, I don't have to be biased. I just think that he could be a backup, get a chance to start and play if someone gets hurt. But I just don't think Bo Nix necessarily has all the intangibles and skills to be elite at the next level. I've already seen Marcus Mariota win a Heisman. He couldn't do it. We've seen Jameis win a Heisman. He couldn't do it. Carson Wentz came in. He couldn't do it. So, just because you get drafted high doesn't mean you're going to pan out. But I'll tell you what, Caleb Williams, I really like. Drake May, depending on the team, and if there's weapons there, offensive line, defense, I think Drake May could pan out. Shedeur Sanders, on the right team with Dion, and that obviously secrets and his dad and all the extra things that you get with Dion being your dad. I could see him panning out if he was on the right team, but if he goes to a shit team, I'm not sure. And then who else? Michael Penix Jr. as a lefty seems like he's got the skill set as well. Quinn Ewers, hell, if you can go into Alabama and win like Johnny Football did, mad love, mad respect. It is what it is. But here we go, baby. Here we go, the countdown to 20,000 subs. 17 to go. It's Monday. It's September 18th. Saints, Panthers, Saints. Better than the Browns and Steelers, even though I'll turn that game on in about an hour. But it was a no-brainer for me to be able to cover the NFC South. Anytime these two teams play each other, or if it's the Bucs or Falcons in the mix, I'm going to do those games first. I'm always going to lean towards that. And I'm not saying, that the Steeler-Brown game is going to be terrible. I don't think it's going to be. I think it'll be pretty good. But again, who would you rather watch? Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett? Or would you rather watch Carr and Bryce Young as like kind of a newbie? And there's also Brian Spida Burns. You got DeMario Davis. So you got guys that can fly around on both sides. And we know the Panthers aren't a very good team. I get it. But to me, they're more exciting than the Texans and C.J. Stroud. So with C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, it's going to take good coaching, good play calling, good leader, good running back, good wide receiver, good tight end, good defense. You have to have the full complement. With Richardson, you don't need as much talent for him to pan out because he's built like Cam Newton. And if you're built like Cam Newton, like you saw obviously yesterday, he can end up running in for a couple touchdowns a game here and there throughout the season. He ended up slamming his head and getting a concussion, against the Texans. But to me, that ability to be able to rush from 20 yards in, be a lot faster than people think that you are, be able to run over guys, you don't have that element in Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud. All they can do is stay in the pocket. They're not going to be able to scramble to the outside and run in for touchdowns. Now, can they bootleg? Yes. Can they run play action? Yes. But they're not on the same level as Richardson, in my opinion. I think Richardson, Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, they want to say are better throwers of the football. But really, are they? From what I've seen, Richardson has been able to throw just as good as Young and C.J. Stroud. And I'm not saying that Young and C.J. Stroud are going to bust, but there is a high probability that one of those two guys doesn't pan out, or maybe even both of them, they cap out. Like maybe what you saw in college is all you're going to get, and that's a high possibility, unless you end up getting better coaching and betting supporting cast. With Richardson, they don't have everything there. They don't have Jonathan Taylor there. The offensive line has struggled. Quentin Nelson and company haven't been as good as a couple years ago. The defense is better because obviously they got, the Maniac. You got, Shaq Leonard, up in the business, and they got a few others, DeForest Buckner. So they got pieces there, but not all the pieces. The main thing that they're missing, to me, is going to be a number one receiver. So if you get Marvin Harrison Jr. paired up with Richardson, you're going to be able to see his game take off to another level. So based on what I've seen right now, it's early. And like I said, we got to give these guys a couple of years to be able to pan out. But I'm not really that high on C.J. Stroud. I'm not really that high on Bryce Young. But going into the draft and that whole process, I like those guys more than Richardson. I'll admit that. But after watching Richardson run, go through his reads, being able to be a threat with his legs, To me, that's the deciding factor, that Richardson is going to be better than those two. And then if you surround him with more and more talent, you'll see Richardson. I'm not saying that he'll be a top 12 quarterback in this league, but I think definitely top 15. And if he works really, really hard, I could see Richardson number 10, number 11, number 12, kind of like a Carr or a Cousins. I don't think that's that crazy to think. But for Bryce Young and CJ Stroud to get there, that's going to take a hell of a lot more effort. To me, I see those quarterbacks, and then to me, they look like top 20 quarterbacks, somewhere between 15 and 20, but after Carr, after Cousins, after Richardson, after Trevor Lawrence, and then that next tier after, like the third or fourth tier, that's Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. Now, if they get more supporting cast, better coaches, yeah, they might be able to pan out. But, looking at this NFC South, I mean, I see you Panthers, but you're not on the same level as the Saints. You're not on the same level as the Falcons. You're not on the same level as my what? Buccaneers 2-0. So I wanted to tank, and go 0-17 or win like 2 or 3 games so that way I could set up for Caleb Williams or Drake May. Now, seeing Shedeur Sanders, Quinn Ewers, and a few of these others, Michael Penix Jr., hell, if I end up winning 10 games, and making the playoffs or just barely miss, I still can get one of those guys like Deion Sun or maybe Michael Penix Jr., unless Michael Penix Jr. ends up being the second quarterback off the board, which he actually looks pretty good. So, sometimes you have to have those building blocks, but Baker has been better than advertised. Mike Evans is a god. The defense is playing well. So, I know Devin White was mad. It's like, I want to get out of here. We're not going to be good. Baker sucks. I want to get out. And now he's starting to realize 2-0. I'm sorry. I fucked up. I should have never said that. And now we're going to have Devin White more than likely for the rest of his career. And that's good. And if Baker wants to be a part of this organization moving forward as my backup, once I draft someone, or if Baker ends up being the starter next year, but we draft Quinn Ewers from Texas or Michael Penix Jr., the lefty from UW, or Drake May from North Carolina. I'm not getting Caleb Williams from USC because he'll probably go number 1 overall. But if I can get one of those other guys, Drake May, Shedeur Sanders, Quinn Ewers, Michael Penix Jr. with Baker, and Baker starts or Baker's the backup, I'll take that. But you never know. I thought the Falcons would get second place, Saints would get first in the NFC South, and the Bucs would get third or fourth. I was hoping fourth, but we're way better than the Panthers at this point. So we got 3 teams in the NFC South, and they laughed at us saying that we were going to be the worst division in football with the AFC South. Nah. Pump the brakes, okay? We are one of the best divisions in football. The Saints are legit. The Buccaneers are a surprise. And hello, Atlanta Falcons. So I'm really liking how things are shaping out, and this is going to be a good one today. And obviously, your boy knows everything about the NFC South. Let's get it, baby. Let's go. Let me see who is in the building. Daniel is in the building. What's going on, brother? Eddie in the building. What's good? And I really feel bad, and I've been doing reaction videos. I've been pumping it out. I skipped Sunday Night Football because I thought that Dolphins and Patriot game was going to be boring. To a certain degree, it was. But I pumped out 7 fucking reaction videos. It was a long fucking day sitting in the chair for like 8-9 hours. You can get about a reaction video done about an hour. An hour, because you got to wait for it to upload and get it all done in one take, right? But we gained subs, and that's the whole point. We need to be able to get to 20,000 and not look back. So if I have to sacrifice, $50, $100, a couple hundred on, a particular Sunday Night Football stream, we don't really know what we would have gotten in donos or who would have showed up. But I'm going to promise to y'all that I'm going to pump out those reaction videos, and my goal is to do 16 every single fucking game, every single fucking week. No other streamer is doing that. And I'm going to mix in some college football with Deion Sun in Colorado, Shedeur Sanders, some Caleb Williams at USC, Michael Penix Jr. from UW, so we can see these quarterbacks develop in front of our very eyes. So that way you have a little bit of film on them. If you're not going to watch film on your own, fine, but you can come here and you can kind of peep the reaction video. So that way you kind of have an idea as we go into next year's draft. Next year's draft might end up being the best quarterback draft that we've had in 20 years. Legit. I can't wait. Let's go, baby. AR did play well, and he's better than Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, and I think he will be. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Megan in the building with a 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. It's a 50 cent. It's a 50 cent in the club. I feel you. Hi, fam. Not doing well today. Uh-oh. Oh, the mom is? Uh-oh. I'm so sorry to hear that. $50 holla. Prayers up for your mama. I hope that everything ends up going okay. And if you need to reach out to me personally with a direct message, through Instagram or Twitter, you can hit me up anytime. I'll always be here for you. I really do appreciate your support to the channel. You are one of the main pieces of the channel, one of the lead mods from Australia. Big Seahawk, Mariner, Kraken fan. I love you. I appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, $50 holla. And this is something that I might have been able to get on a Sunday Night Football, but I decided to grind it out and do those reaction videos. And we've been getting more subs. Megan, let me know what you want to do for photos, and I got you. And like I said, we went from needing like 200 subs, to 150 subs, to 120 subs, to 100 subs. Now we're all the way down to 17. So if you're in the building and you haven't subbed to the channel yet, please do. If you can like, sub, donate it, share, whatever you want to do. But every single person that comments or does anything supportive to the channel, it's going to be a big, big thing. So thank you so much. All right, let me get this situated here. All right, Saints, let's go, baby. Let's go. And Saints, Falcons, Buccaneers. Will we all be 2-0? Woo, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready. I am ready. Let's go, baby. All right, hold up. Let me refresh this real quick. All right, Jamal. Short game. Got to get everything situated here with the scoreboard. There we go. There we go. Carr, Bryce Young. Bang, baby. Let's go. And then whoever's got the ball will have the spinning logo in the top right. But I am sorry that you are having some struggles with your mom. That's a tough situation. Williams, short game. Shaq Thompson, baby. Shout out to everyone in the building. Love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. You know what? I wasn't really a big fan of him coming in. You know what I mean? But after watching you guys play for the first couple weeks and in preseason, I'm on board. I like what I see so far. Oh, yeah, Colorado State. I'm going to do a reaction video to that tomorrow or Wednesday. There we go. First down, Saints. MT13, move the chains, baby. Let's go. Well, the best thing about Deion, even though there's a lot of haters, towards him, he's bringing awareness to college football. He's making it cool to watch college football. Not that you need to go out of your way to watch it, but if you want to understand the NFL better and be able to see these guys develop before they get to the NFL, that Colorado State game was so insane. And I am going to do a reaction video to that, USC's game, Washington's game, and Oregon's game probably on Wednesday. Because tomorrow I got like 5 reaction videos to do. These 2 games, and I got like 2 or 3 games left over. So, big facts. Absolutely. And it was kind of shitty that he ended up banging his head and getting that concussion, but hopefully he'll be back soon. Thomas in the building. What's good? He says Saints are about to dominate. We'll see. We'll see. Finley in the building. What's good? Sarah's in the building. What's good? How are you? Yeah, I think all 3 quarterbacks can improve their mechanics. But one thing that you can't improve is body frame. CJ Stroud and Bryce Young, are never going to be able to have that body frame and size, that you're getting from Anthony Richardson. And, I didn't know if his accuracy was going to be good enough, to be able to play on this next level efficiently. But from what I've seen, I like it. You guys still need better wide receivers and tight ends. But for what you have, I like what I see. And moving forward, if you guys get Marvin Harrison Jr., watch out. I'm telling you, that Colt offense will go to a whole nother level once you start getting a wide receiver 1 for him. Not saying that Michael Pittman Jr. isn't a 1 because he's not. He's a 1 for you right now, but he's normally like a 2. Carr? Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Spider Burns and company. Yeah, I do. Like I said, it just depends on, if Baker's on the squad or not. Obviously he's not going to be as reluctant to be like, hey, let me teach you all the things that I know so you can take my job. But again, I really like Michael Penix Jr. because he's a lefty. Shedeur Sanders because Deion's his dad. He's going to have all the secrets and the connections. Quinn Ewers looks like he's got some talent, got a good frame, good arm, good movement in the pocket. And then probably Drake May. I don't know. His team isn't very good at North Carolina, so he might slide in the draft a little bit. But they say that he's pro ready, obviously, and then Caleb Williams might be the most pro ready. So we'll see. Panthers and Saints already getting into it on the sideline. But the way that Baker's playing, like I said, I wasn't anticipating that. And if he can get us to 10 wins and we can compete with the Saints and the Falcons for a playoff spot, hell, I'm on board. If we're already 2-0, let's try to hit 10 or 11 wins. And then if we don't, and the Falcons and Saints get in, I'll be okay. You're not going to hear me cry and bitch and moan and whine. Like, I'm just going to be able to kind of roll with the punches. I was just thinking if we started off 0-2, that would be a good sign that maybe we would win 6 games or less, and then we could get Caleb Williams, Drake May. But now, seeing Michael Penix Jr., Quinn Ewers, Shedeur Sanders, hell, there's 5 quarterbacks that I actually wouldn't mind having on my Buccaneers squad moving forward. And I think there's a lot of fans that are thinking the same damn thing. They're like, you know what? If we actually don't do that good this year, it could actually be a hidden blessing because this is the best quarterback class coming in, I feel, in the last maybe 10, 15, 20 years. I think it could be legit. Not like the Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, not that bullshit where you have one guy that's good, one guy that's a popular name in Justin Fields, but he kind of sucks, right? Until he gets more talent or a better team around him. And then everyone else is ass. Zach Wilson, ass. Mac Jones, average. Trey Lance, nobody knows because he hasn't got to play yet. So I feel with those 5 that are coming in, Caleb Williams could be like Trevor Lawrence. Drake May. Don't really know what his comparison could be, but he seems like he could be pretty solid on the right team. Michael Penix Jr. as a lefty, kind of being like the next Tua. I like that. Quinn Ewers, nice frame. Went into Alabama, beat their ass. Who doesn't love that, right? So you got every single guy. And then Shedeur Sanders, he might be the biggest X factor, but if they keep on winning, they play Oregon this weekend. I'll be doing the game. Got a lot of my buddies that are going, like begging me to go. But like I said, if Shedeur Sanders, I don't think that the Colorado Buffaloes are going to beat Oregon. But again, they should have a pretty good record going from like 1 or 2 wins, and they might be able to win about 8 this year. That's big, to bring the awareness to college football, making college football a cool thing to watch. And Shedeur Sanders on the right team. I think him and Quinn Ewers, and Drake May, those 3, they're going to need the right team and the right scheme, to be able to pan out. But for like Michael Penix Jr. and Caleb Williams, I feel like with those 2, you could probably put them on almost any team and you're going to see results. The other 3 need a little bit of help of coaching, O-line, defense, and supporting cast. But regardless of where those 5 guys fall, I'm very, very excited about the future of the NFL. Big facts. $50 in donos. Let's get to a hundo. Let me know what you want for photos, Megan, and I got you. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. NFL Sunday ticket, baby. Let's go. Cool bird with 2 legs in the building. Who dat? What's good? Finley, big Panthers fan. A lot of Saints fans in the building. First down and 10. Shotgun set. Bryce Young, play action fake. Plenty of time. Uh-oh. And I'm telling you right now, like, with this roster, I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Let me know on your guys' end if it ends up being too loud or not. This is full blast on ESPN on my computer, through my cable provider. Is that too loud? Let me know if that's too loud because I want to make sure that you guys can hear me. And the announcer isn't too loud over me. So let me know. But I think I'm going to turn it down just slightly because that's like too loud at full blast. I think I'm going to go like 3/4. I think that might be good. Second down and 10 because I want you guys to be able to hear it too. Oh, first down. Miles Sanders, move the chains. Let's go. Yes, obviously the O-line was a big, big bugaboo in week 1. Injuries, guys playing, new positions, rookies. So hopefully they can solidify that. And the same thing goes for the Panthers. The O-line is going to dictate how good Bryce Young does today. Pete Hack and Lincoln Riley. Okay, I got you. All right, no problem. Prayers up, obviously for you and your brother. I hope your mom's okay. And then, like I said, let me know when you're going to be ready to look at the pictures, and I'll get them during the commercial break. Screen pass. Adam Thielen, former Viking. And I don't think the Panthers are going to be terrible or the Texans are going to be overall terrible. Will their records indicate that they're a terrible team this year? Probably. But I do see that Bryce has skills. CJ Stroud has skills. But with those 2 quarterbacks, they're going to need an elite coach, elite play caller, elite O-line, weapons at wide receiver and tight end, good running backs, a good defense. I don't think that they're going to be able to do it right away just on their own. Even if they got drafted high 1-2, they don't have that skill set. They're not a generational quarterback, in my opinion. Like, I think they're a good quarterback, but there is a chance that one of these guys could maybe not make it, or maybe both. Maybe they underwhelm and they're just kind of average, like Mac Jones. I think that they have a higher ceiling than Mac Jones. But again, when you have like 5 quarterbacks or 3 quarterbacks, it doesn't mean all of them are going to pan out. And this NFL game is going to change into being you have to be a running quarterback to a certain degree. And if you can end up running guys over, Cam Newton, a.k.a. Anthony Richardson, and you can run from the 20 to the end zone, Bryce and CJ can't really do that. Richardson can. So that kind of gives me that X factor, And I think Richardson's throwing motion and his ability to throw the ball is on par with Young and CJ Stroud, because they were saying, oh, Young and CJ Stroud are leaps and bounds ahead of Richardson, but I don't think they are. Thielen, first down, Panthers, move the chains. I like Spider Burns a lot. I really do. He's the man. I actually tried getting him on the thumb. I went through like 50 photos going through Spider Burns, Bryce Young, just trying to go through options on the thumb, Olave. But I was like, you know what? I've already used Olave before. Let me go with a Carr and a Bryce. But it took me like an hour and a half to make the thumb, but I think it turned out pretty well. Your O-line did pretty good, yeah. I mean, like I said, it just what it takes to be a good football team, Finley. You know what I'm saying? False start. Like when you had Jake Delhomme, when you had Steve Smith, when you had Mushid Muhammad, when you've had guys like Julius Peppers, you know what it takes to be a really good football team with Carolina. Okay, run CMC, but it's like you have pieces, but you don't have it all. I think that's a fair assessment with CJ Stroud and the Texans and Bryce. You have some pieces that are really amazing, and then you have some pieces that are average, and then you have some pieces that need to be upgraded. Obviously, if you get the first or second pick in the draft, that kind of means that the team kind of sucks, but they can get better, And I'm hoping that CJ and Bryce pan out, not only for your sake, Finley, but just for the NFL's sake. We don't need to have another Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Zach Wilson disaster. 1st and 15. Get out of there, Bryce. There we go. Bounce it outside. Show those legs. All right, get it out of bounds. Right, but do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not a hater. I always try to be fair with my breakdowns and analysis, right? Bryce has potential. CJ Stroud has potential. And honestly, I think Bryce is better than CJ. Like, if I was going to look at the two guys on which guy that I think I would want maybe more, I think I would want Bryce slightly over CJ. Not by a lot, but just a little bit more. I think I like Bryce's confidence and swagger. But for me right now in the rankings for the rookie quarterbacks, Richardson 1, Bryce 2, CJ 3. Now that might change as the season goes along, but that's kind of how I'm feeling. You end up getting, another run CMC type, better wide receivers, better O-line. Yeah, Bryce's numbers are going to be awesome, but you got to build the team. It's not going to happen overnight. Bryce, incomplete. And the main thing also, too, is going to be O-line and D-line for the Colts and for the Panthers and the Texans. If you can get good O-line and D-line presence, it's going to make the job for those 3 quarterbacks so much easier. And you can tell all 3 teams are fucking incomplete. You know what I mean? The Colts have the best shot to get to about 8 or 9 wins. But even with that being said, the wide receiving core and the tight ends need a hell of a lot of work, in my opinion. You got Michael Pittman, you got Alec Pierce, you got some pieces. And same thing goes with the Panthers, with Thielen and, Miles Sanders. It's okay, but I mean, like I said, it doesn't make you be like, wow, like Christian McCaffrey. And I'm waiting for the wow factor, in the next few years in the draft. Nice catch. But again, look at a good example for you, Finley. Look at the Jaguars. Dumpster fire, worst team in the NFL, right? And then they hired the wrong coach in Urban Meyer, fired his ass, right? And when he kicked Josh Lambo and was being an idiot, right? Then they got in Dougie P, and they changed the culture, upset the Chargers. Boom! Now they're the front runner to win the AFC South for how many years now? The next 2 or 3 years until the Colts can catch up, right? So the same thing can go for the Texans and the Panthers, but you got to get the right coach and the right pieces in line. Field goal attempt is up, and it's good. 52-yarder, 5 points in fantasy if you got them. 3-0 Panthers. That's a good drive for Carolina. North Carolina. Pinheiro. So I had this issue. I've been walking in the neighborhood with Paisley. And I'm going to get Megan some photos here, but a lot of dogs in this neighborhood that I live in are off leash, right? And they'll have these owners that'll just have the dog in like the front lawn, and I got a leash on Paisley and whatnot, and I've had to pick up Paisley physically 3 different times in this neighborhood by 3 different dogs. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? If your dog is going to charge my dog across the street, I'm going to be pissed. And so last night I go for a walk after doing like 7 reaction videos. I'm dead tired. I went for a 45-minute walk, and this big ass black dog charges Paisley. I had to yank on the leash. She got scraped up on her paw. It started bleeding in her underbelly, and I picked her up. And this mother sucker didn't even fucking say sorry. Out of all those 3 people, right? None of them said sorry. I don't know what it is. Most people in Oregon have manners and whatnot. I don't know what it's like for your guys' neighborhood where you guys live in America or whatnot, or in Australia for Megan. But I am so shocked that so many dog owners think that their dog is not going to do anything wrong. If you got a dog off leash and they see another dog or cat, right, and then your dog gets hit by a car, I wonder why. Or if they end up, fighting with another dog, you got to keep your dogs leashed up. Anyways, I made a vet appointment for tomorrow, and it definitely freaked me out because she's like my daughter. So I had to dab it. I had to get some, cleaning, supplies, then get some gauze, wrap it up, and obviously stop the bleeding on her leg. And then her carriage area, it's very sensitive. She doesn't have hair there, because obviously, she's a female, right? So she's got the little nips everywhere down there, and it's very sensitive. But I was pissed. I was like, and I'm not the type of guy to like retaliate, or do something kind of shady and whatnot. But it definitely crossed my mind, and whatnot. But if you got a dog, make sure it stays leashed up. We don't want to have any other dogs get injured and whatnot. So, yeah. So I'll be taking her to the vet tomorrow, and everything is fine. But it definitely freaked me out a little bit. Stupid pet owners. Let me tell you. All right, let me get a couple photos here prepped. But it just seems more and more common that I'm seeing more and more people that are walking their dogs, with like no leash. I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? Obviously, they haven't had a negative experience with their dog getting fucked up or whatever. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing that shit. Three zero Panthers. All right, Panthers are about to kick off. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, but I had one guy down the road that the dog hopped out of the car when I was walking her late at night and came up to my, Paisley, and I picked her up off the ground. Then I had another dog that was across the street in the afternoon that bolted across, and I had to pick Paisley up off the ground every time. And then last night, I've never had her get injured though. Luckily, it wasn't the dog. Otherwise, that dog would have got a Hollywood Hogan boot. It's like I don't want your dog coming up on my dog and trying to bite it. But me yanking the leash and then her getting her body scraped on the pavement kind of made me cry a little bit, like get upset, because I don't want to see Paisley, injured with her paw bleeding on her leg, and the injury was about the size of a dime. It actually looks like the letter M, that was like kind of tattooed into her hair where the hair was missing, and then her underbelly is like irritated and pink and whatnot. But luckily, there wasn't too much blood, but it definitely freaked me out a little bit. I just don't understand how people can have dogs and be so fucking stupid. But I know, big Hawks win. Big, big, big Hawks win for sure. Carolina's challenging. Thank you so much for your support. Let me go through some of these photos for Megan. Pete, Hack, and Lincoln. All right. All right. So let's start off with Hack for you. I appreciate your $50 dono. And again, I might have missed out on, 50, 100, $200 not doing Sunday night football, but getting subs we're not going to gain as many subs doing live streams unless we get like rated or we get like in the algorithm. So sometimes you got to be able to make a decision. And it's the first Sunday night football game that I've missed doing a live stream in years. But I thought, how am I going to be able to pump out these reaction videos if there's like 16 games? I have to get 7 out on Sunday, 7 out on Monday, or 5 to 7, and then get the rest on Tuesday. Because by the time Wednesday rolls around, it's too late. So I figured if I got to work hard and skip that game if it's not that good, and just pump out reaction videos, that's going to help us get subs, and it definitely has worked. So, all right, let me delete these ones, and let me go with some Pete, and then I'll get you some Lincoln Riley. Appreciate you. Yeah, but it definitely made me upset. I've never seen Paisley get injured, and luckily the dog didn't try to bite her. You know what I mean? But the thing that pisses me off the most about this whole dog situation and these dogs that are just chilling in front of people's lawns, if they're taking a piss or they're taking a shit or whatever, fine, or if you're just letting your dog chill like that. But what happens if another dog is just minding its own business and your dog goes into my dog's business? What am I supposed to do? You know? But this is the first time that Paisley's gotten injured. And I didn't really want to yank because I have one of those like retractable leashes and it's not around her neck, it's on the harness. So it's not like I choked her neck or anything, but when I, yanked on it on the harness, she was kind of flat footed on the concrete and, kind of firm. And then obviously her paw got scraped in her underbelly and that made me feel terrible. But I had to pick her up off the ground because I didn't know what this fucking dog was going to do. So heal up. Let's get back to the action, and I'll get you some more photos once we go to the next commercial break. I appreciate you. Handoff. Decent gain there on 2nd down and 10. I mean, I've never been so angry with like 3 different people, and like I said, none of them apologized. Normally, me, I get emotional. I'm an emotional person with football and just in life. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I love really hard, and if you fuck with someone that is a part of my life, well, you better watch out, and they're lucky that I didn't fucking pop off and go crazy, you know. Pass incomplete on 3rd down and 5. Flag on the play. Damn, the German Shep. Damn, that's not good. Did you see the dog do that? Yeah, show me on Insta, dude. Congratulations. What is your new puppy's name? Nice. Keep me updated on that. Kraken, release the Kraken. Me and Megan are going to be really happy this year. Oh, no worries, brother. Who dat? My boy Calvin Griffin, the OG, triple OG, one of my favorite Saint fans in the building. All right, here we go. 1st down and 10. Panthers fans in the crowd are not happy about that call. Shotgun set, Carr, little check down. And anytime it ends up being an NFC South matchup, Shep in the building, what's good? Games sometimes end up being a little closer than others, and sometimes upsets happen, regardless of record. Panthers, Falcons, Bucks, Saints, we know this. It's like any other division. So even if the Panthers are the worst team in the division, that doesn't mean that they can't steal a couple from the Falcons, the Saints, or the Buccaneers this season, next season, or the following season. Good fact. Taysom Hill with the keeper. Go, go, go. Swiss Army knife. 1st down. Saints. Move the chains. Oh. Did you guys pay for her? Is she a rescue? What's the breed? And what's the story about Zoe, your new pup? God, I love fucking animals, man. Like more than anything. 1st down and 10. First player with 9+ passes and 9 runs. I see you. Taysom. Little short game. And I imagine AK-41, Saints fans are ready for him to come back for sure. Because like Jamal, they picked him up, and he hasn't really been as good running the football than I think Saints fans wanted, but also the offensive line hasn't really been as good as anticipated either. So, I'm sorry to hear that. Let me know if you're going to be dipping out so I can get you your pictures sooner than later if you need to come back or whatnot. But I hope your mom is okay. Car? Oh, tipped! Wow. Jeremy Chin, beast mode. Step Brothers Australian Shepherd had puppies. Nice. Hell yeah. I'm excited for you. Here we go. Third down and 3. Car. Check down. There we go. First down. Saints. Who dat? Who the chains? Yeah. And like I said, even though I sacrificed doing Sunday Night Football and I pumped out those reaction videos, I didn't get the views that I was hoping for. We had 4 videos in week 1 that broke over 1,000 to kind of get into the rhythm. And so they didn't put me in any of the algorithms on any of the 7 videos that I did yesterday. But what we did get is some subs. And that's really what the whole purpose of doing those reaction videos are to get the views and to get the subs. So 17 to go to 20,000. Let's go. Nice tackle. 19,983. So hopefully we get some people that will hop in the room that are new and we can get a few more. But even if some of the reaction videos, have a lower views, who cares? As long as I'm putting out the content and then we're able to get subs off of that and maybe some new fans. So 50 doll hairs. Let's get to a hundo. I'll tell you, those reaction videos are fucking draining. Sitting in a chair for fucking 8 hours straight. There we go. Nice little check down. Go, go, go. First down, Saints. Because I usually can do about 1 an hour. I do a video. It's about 20 minutes long, usually one take, right? Then I got to upload it. That's really quick. And then I got to wait for the HD version to hit. So then I got to wait another 20 minutes or so after that. So usually about 40 minutes to 50 minutes per reaction video. So when you're sitting there for fucking 8-9 hours, and my energy is going to be high. And just like, on video number 7, then like video number 1. Amber in the building. Who dat? How are you? One of my favorites in the building. How are you, Amber? Taysom. Swiss Army knife. Well, of course, they're balling out in fantasy. I mean, anytime guys are balling out in fantasy, everyone loves them. Everyone that has Tyreek, loving it. Puka, loving it. Dallas Cowboy defense, loving it. McDonald, I'm loving it. Puka, I'm loving it. Tutu, I'm loving it. Tyreek, I'm loving it. Cowboy D, I'm loving it. I mean, shit, if you got those pieces in fantasy, you're probably doing pretty good. So, all right, let me get some more photos up here for Megan. Megan with a 50 to support us, which I really, really appreciate. And we'll go with Pete on the Seahawks. We did, obviously, Hack for the Kraken first. Hit you with a little Pete. Handsome fella. All right, and then we'll switch it up here, and we'll give you USC. Your boy will always put in that effort. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your $50 dono, always supporting the brand. And we're about to get to 20,000. I mean, hell, we might get to 20,000 in the next couple days. Shit, it could be tonight. You never know. We don't need that many. And like I said, I've hit 20,000 twice, but we had a bunch of fakes. The fake people. that sub and then they unsub. We don't need those. But once we actually hit it this time around, we won't look back. And that's going to be the best part. Having that well-rounded number of 20,000 looks a hell of a lot better than 19.9. Big facts. And I've worked really, really hard for us to get back, to this number, and obviously not getting the support from the tube hasn't helped either. It's like getting mad support, the first 2 years, and then they, kind of kicked me into the gutter for like the last 4 or 5 years. But I haven't quit. I'm still here, and I'm still kicking. So it's going to take a lot more than that to be able to knock me down and not have me get back up. Big facts. Oh, Shaq Thompson got Henning is all on him. Shit. Oh no. No, injuries. I hate that. Damn. That's not good. I mean, I don't care how much you disgusting. Like you don't like the other team, you hate them. They're disgusting, whatever. But I don't want to see no injuries. There we go. MT13 can't guard Mike. No problem. Anytime. Anything for you to cheer you up. You're a very big, important part of the channel. So we really do appreciate you. And let's be honest, how many people will donate 50 or more to me on the channel? We have probably about 10 to 12 people that would do it, so it means a lot. And it obviously gets us halfway to our goal, so obviously that's a big part too. And makes up for yesterday, me not doing the, Dolphins Patriot game and doing reaction videos all day instead. I don't get anything for doing those. Car, I just do it for the love of the game and then trying to gain subs and views. So nice little check down there. I'll get you some Lincoln Rileys on the next commercial. Break for you as well. And we have 8 teams from the Pac-12 in the top 25. I have never seen that. Never. 8? And now this is the last year of our existence, which is so stupid. Here we go. Carr, hands off. Jamal. Where you going, Jamal? Damn. That Panther defense stepping up. Like Jamal is good if it's like the ball's on the 1 yard line, like when he was on the Lions. But if he's on the 20 to the 20, he kind of sucks. I mean, I had him on fantasy. I dropped him. Like I said, if you're only going to put up like 6 points in fantasy, you get like 20 fucking touches. Come on, bro. Like I'm ready for AK-41 to come back and take back that job because Jamal, he can still score touchdowns, but he ain't it. He's an RB2, not an RB1. Facts. Carr, floater. Yeah, did you see how many points I put up this week? That's what I should have put up week 1, but I had injuries and fucking illness with the Ramondre Stevenson. I had to fucking put Jamal in there. I didn't want to fucking put in Jamal. I didn't want to put him in there. Certain pieces I have in fantasy are reserves and no Mark Andrews, right? I should be putting up about 140, 150 almost every week, But again, I was lucky enough to put up a low 100, like 113, something like that, and I was able to get the dub week 1. But even though Montgomery is going to be out with a thigh injury, I mean, as long as I got Rachaad White, and it shows you can be heavy on running backs. I was last year, but things changed. I changed my strategy to wide receivers. Now I'm balling out, right? Who do I got? Jay Jetta, number 1 receiver. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Keenan Allen, number 1 in fantasy this week. Oh, Mike Evans, number 2 in fantasy this week. So I got 4 receivers. So if I got to sit Amon-Ra St. Brown, if he's got a little bit of an injury against the Falcons next week, I'm probably going to do it. And I'll have Mike Evans, Keenan Allen, Jay Jetta. Name 3 other receivers better than that in fantasy. You can't. And that's big facts because, you got to be able to get the guys at the right time. 4th down and 3, field goal is up. And it's good. We're knotted up at 3, baby. We'll see. I've already been scouting your shit. I've already been looking. I already knew I was playing you 2 weeks ago. I already looked ahead in the schedule. I know who you got coming up that has a bye. I know everything about every fucking team. I've scouted that shit. But I whooped your ass twice in the regular season, and then you whooped my ass in the playoffs. So, I don't know if I want to really say whooped ass. You beat me by 0.5, but, still 0.5 is a victory. What do you guys think about him? You like him? I like him. I think getting rid of Big Nuts Will Lutz was the right decision. Rooftop in the building. What's good, brother? That's what happens, when you actually have people on YouTube that are hosts that aren't haters, that, don't think that they're better than other YouTubers, that they actually try to help people out. And I tried to help Rooftop, with the scoreboard, told him how to do it, step by step. So that way he could have it on his streams and he could give it to his boy Trident. And now you're getting more views, you're getting more donations, your look is better. And I know you tried to do the picture thing, right? And like I said, if the pictures don't line up, like these cards that I have on the side, it looks like shit. It doesn't look good. So sometimes having a scoreboard above you and just having you with all your swag with your Seahawks and your Mariners shit, it looks a lot better and it looks streamlined and it looks clean. So, anything I can do to be able to help people out. I'm not like some of these bigger YouTubers that won't. I'm definitely going to be able to try to help someone out. And I think you're going to get good results moving forward and better results than you were getting before because the scoreboard does make a difference. So, no problem, man. Anything for you and Trident. And one of these days we will collab together. But like I said, for me, I have two mics, and people usually say, "Hey, why do you got two mics?" Because when I do the show, I do the show based off two people, but it's just me. I got to be able to grind it out. I am the play-by-play and the color, but that doesn't mean that I'm not willing to be able to share the spotlight a little bit and a microphone or two between you and Trident. Especially if the Mariners make the playoffs, maybe we can work something out where we can all be on this stream, and you guys can hop on here, and then I can promote your guys to two channels. Get you guys some more views and subs and whatnot, and then we can maybe watch the game together or something. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not going to collab with just anybody, but I would collab with you and Trident, and then I would collab with Valhalla. He's a Dodger fan, and obviously my dad's been a Dodger fan since the 50s, and he does a lot of streams on the baseball side and football side. But I think between you two, Trident, Rooftop, and then maybe Valhalla, you guys are probably the only ones that I would collab with. So unless I get someone that doesn't have an ego that's willing to collab, because a lot of these people that promised that they were going to collab with me backed out. So they get threatened when their mods become my mods, supposedly. All right, here we go, 3-3. But it is true. I mean, if you're a bigger channel than me and you got 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 100,000 subs, and they like you, this other channel, and then they come here, there is a chance that the mods will come here. There is a chance that people are going to donate to me and maybe not as much to that original person. And I think that's what makes these other YouTubers threatened because they all know who I am. I'm like the guy that's underrated. I'm the guy that should be a lot higher in the sub count, but we're getting there. Everyone's time is a little bit different, but I think that's a big reason why they hate on me because they know my potential and they know that my channel can be just as good as theirs, if not better, based off the people that we have in the room. It's just a matter of time. But jealousy is a bitch, and I ain't going to be a hater, so that's big facts. P1 Kev in the building. What's good? Seahawks Monday Night Football. Yeah, we might be able to swing something like that. We might be able to swing something like that. Amber with a fiver. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate you, and I love you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. So if we're hoping for a Saints win and 20K subs, thank you so much. And like I said, when you get subs, you want the subs to stick. And sometimes people are fickle. I get it. People like stuff on Twitch and YouTube, and then a day later, a week later, a month later, they're just like, well, fuck it. And then they just unsub. Some people sub and that you just leave that shit there, and then they just keep subbing to other things. But, it is what it is. No, you're good. Hey, wait. Don't leave this yet. I got a couple more photos for you before you go. If you got a headache, I got to make sure we take care of your $50 dono, and we make sure we take care of you properly. So we got Caleb there on the left, Lincoln Riley on the right. And I got one more here for you. And let me try to get one more before you go. And then if you got a headache or a migraine, dealing with family issues, I get it. Come back if you can. Come on. Get you one more. And I'll get Amber some photos too. All right, one last one. I appreciate you tremendously. There we go. There we go. He made a big difference. That's big facts. Appreciate you. All right. If you need to dip, dip, and then come back if you can. All right, Panthers. All right, we're in the second quarter, 3-3, a little bit lower scoring than maybe people anticipated. No problem, brother. I got you, dude. Like I said, some people hang on to that information because they don't want to give it out. You could have watched a YouTube tutorial and figured it out at some point. I mean, you can figure out how to do anything on YouTube, but since we're using the same platform, I figured that I would be a brother from another mother and help you out. And like I said, I'm not an enemy. I'm not a rival channel. If anything, if I can help other people, try to pursue their dreams and try to get them going, I'm going to do that. Especially if we have things in common like Mariners. No problem, man. And I imagine your fan base loves it. They're like, wow, this looks great. I mean, it's like me, obviously going from what my channel looked like even a year ago to what it looks like now. So you got to just keep on improving things. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that, bro. Glad to hear that. I'm good. Besides Paisley getting rushed by a dog yesterday that was off leash at like 9 o'clock at 10 o'clock at night, and I had to yank on her harness and on my leash, and then she was planted in the cement, and she got her leg caught up on the cement and her underbelly, and it started to bleed a little bit, and I had to pick her up. Luckily, this dog didn't try to bite her; otherwise, I would have got a Hogan boot to the face. I've had 3 dogs rush Paisley all off leash, in this neighborhood. Um, and yeah, I'm taking her to the vet tomorrow. But I got gauze, and it looks like the letter M tattooed on her paw on her leg. So hair's got taken off, and she was bleeding a little bit, but not seriously. And then her undercarriage is like no hair down there, and it's very sensitive and kind of pink as it is, anyways. Wow, Taylor, almost a pick there by Taylor. So I got to take her to the vet tomorrow and drop her off, and then they're gonna get her checked out in between surgeries, and hopefully it ends up being okay. Like I'll get some cream or some antibiotics, but it just makes me sick. These people in Oregon that have these dogs off leash, and then they charge across the street or charge Paisley, and then when I pick up Paisley, none of these motherfuckers said sorry. Like 3 different people, 3 different dogs in the neighborhood, and none of these motherfuckers said sorry. I was like, yeah. I was like, they're lucky I didn't fucking pop off and go off, you know. But this is the first time that Paisley's gotten hurt, and luckily it wasn't the dog. It was me trying to protect her. But then I ended up hurting her on accident because I didn't want that dog to bite her. So I tried to pull her back real quick, and then she slid on the pavement, because she wasn't, she was scared seeing the dog coming towards her, and then I jerked the harness, and so she kind of went sideways and whatnot. So kind of made me upset. You know what I mean? I was kind of feeling like I was a bad dog dad, but anytime dogs are going to rush my dog, I'm going to pick her up. I'm not going to let your dog. I mean, yeah, if the dog is just going to be friendly and sniff, you want to sniff each other's butts, like the dogs do, fine. But a lot of the dogs that are rushing her are they look aggressive, and I'm not going to take a chance just to, see what happens, and then she gets hit on the nose or on the face and whatnot. So hell no. I mean, she's my daughter, she's my baby, so that ain't happening. But other than that, that pissed me off last night. But other than that, I'm good. I skipped Sunday Night Football, the bust out reaction videos. Did 7 yesterday, and that's definitely helping out with the sub count too. Reflect in the building. What's good? Hand off. And like I said, I had Williams in fantasy, and then I ended up dropping him, because I thought that he would be able to be a good replacement for at least 3 weeks for AK-41. But, he's not running the same type of way that he ran with Detroit. But also in Detroit, it was like goal line looks. That's how he scored 17 touchdowns. All of them are on the goal line. So from the 20 to the 20, he's not that very good of a runner. AK is 1,000 times better. So obviously we just have to wait a couple more weeks and he'll be there. I mean, shit, if you're going to get 20 carries and get 50 to 60 yards, that's not good. Big facts. Your bench was more than your team, and it shows you with fantasy how difficult it is. There's some tough decisions that you have to make. Injuries are a part of it, but you got to be able to not look at popular name. Sometimes you got to look at the like the Pukas and the Tutus. You got to look at the lower name guys that are actually getting targets that are balling out. But it's hard, to be like, okay, you have Puka or you have like Tutu, and let's say you have like Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're not going to bench Amon-Ra St. Brown for those guys. You know what I mean? But like sometimes you have to make hard decisions, where if you have a feeling, a gut feeling that you got to do it. Like also with Megan, I told her that, she was going through like kickers. She got Folk, which I dropped, right? And she had Myers, who was good last year. He missed 2 kicks yesterday. And we were both kind of like, he's been kind of shaky this season. Bench him. Let's go with Folk. And Folk ended up getting you more than 10 points, so it panned out. Sometimes you got to go with your gut. And if your gut says, I don't like this, then maybe your gut is right. You had a gut feeling about that Rams game being a trap game, Megan. You were right. We had a gut feeling that Myers might not be very good. Maybe not necessarily all season long, but just for the last game against the Lions, right? I said, go with Folk. That's the guy. I had him on my team. And the only reason I dropped him because I didn't want to carry 3 kickers. Otherwise I would have kept him, right? And it worked out. So you might have not won in fantasy, but you're getting better and better, and your knowledge of the players is getting better and better. It's not just USC players, Seahawk players, and Raven players. Now you're like, ooh, you're starting to kind of figure it out. And that's when you can get your sport knowledge up on another level. You're going to be so shocked, Megan. By the time the season is over, if you thought you were an expert in football or you knew something, then after fantasy's over after 1 year, you're like, damn, I didn't know anything. I knew nothing about football. And then once you finish the season, you'd be like, you'll know like 1,000 different things that you never even knew prior to doing fantasy football. It's very good to make you more well-rounded, not as biased, and to learn and appreciate the talent as a whole in the NFL. Big facts. 2nd down and 10. Uh-oh. Flag down. Yeah, and you guys are lucky because a lot of those guys I was going to grab. I was going to grab Puka and Tutu as well. But sometimes, you only have so many spots on the bench, and I like to have backups for every position. Backup quarterback, backup running backs, wide receivers, tight end, kicker. Some people only do 1 kicker. Not me. I'll do 2 all year. Defenses, 3. Like I said, most people don't do that shit, but I'm not most people. So, yeah, but you're doing better in this league than you anticipated. You're doing better than in the 18-man league because you don't have 8-string running backs and 12-string receivers. My league is actually fun. I don't know what you want to call that other league in the 18-man woman league, but I guarantee you're having a lot more fun in my league. And hell, you might end up making the playoffs or finishing in the top 5 or top 6. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, good tackle. Yeah, Nico had a good game too. See, that's why you got to be able to look at guys, like a Nico Collins. You're like, who the fuck is Nico Collins? But then if you look, he's getting like 10 targets from CJ Stroud. And then you got a popular name that's only getting 6, right? Why are you playing the popular name when you got a guy that actually has been putting up points? And sometimes when you get a guy that puts up points like 2 weeks in a row, you're like, I'm going to put him in. And then he puts up a dud, So sometimes you got to be careful. It's hard for guys to put up 2 to 3 or 4 weeks in a row with big numbers. So Birdman in the building. What to do? 9 on the like button. Let's get those likes up. Carr making a sandwich back there. Oh, incomplete. Birdman, what to do? How are you? And we're getting closer and closer to 20,000. We're at 17 subs to 20,000. 17. Let's go. 17 subs. I don't know when we're going to get there, but we will get there. By next week, we'll be there. If not, prior to that. Shout out to Birdman. What to do? It's also Sean McVay is a genius like Kyle Shanahan. So anytime you end up having guys like that, they're going to get the most out of their players. Oh! Incomplete. That's a very tricky thing in fantasy. You're like, okay, this guy did good, and you're like, I benched him, I didn't put him in, I'm an idiot, I left points on the bench, what am I doing? And then you're like, okay, this other guy, the popular name, I'm putting him on the bench. And then you're like, Nico Collins, or someone, right? And then you put him in and he puts up a 5. You're like, what? But again, you have to look on who they're playing, home or away, turf or grass. There's a lot of factors involved. And sometimes, for a lower name guy that's beasting, it's hard for a guy to do it for a long period of time. Usually a couple good games, maybe a dud, couple good games, unless you're like really, really good, and then you might be good almost every week. But even Justin Jefferson sometimes has a bad game. Yeah. I'm going to be coming for you, man. I'm trying to blow everybody out. I'm not taking any prisoners this year. Not with the draft that I had, brother. Yeah, I'm going to try to get to 150 every single week. Mahomes, Ramondre, Montgomery, Jay Jetta, Amon-Ra, Andrews, Keenan Allen, Cleveland D, Moody. And then on the bench, I got Rachaad White with 21. Didn't hurt me. Eagles D with 6. Didn't hurt me. Mike Evans on the bench with 29. It didn't hurt me. Right, Laporta with 11. Didn't hurt me. Purdy with 15. Didn't hurt me. But it's good to have those guys that, I left a shitload of points on the bench, but Keenan Allen even got more than Mike Evans. But now Mike Evans is going to take over for Amon-Ra next week. And Montgomery will be on the bench as well with the injury, and I'll put in Rachaad White as well. So I'm going to go Bucks heavy. Yeah, like I said, depending on who you're playing in fantasy, you might be able to win 125 and under. But for the elite people that are in the league, sometimes you're going to need 140, 150 to win. Unless, players shit the bed or get hurt, right? And a lot of the quarterbacks this year have been terrible. Like quarterback play and running back play has been the worst. I have never seen so many good quality running backs and quarterbacks be terrible in fantasy. Like terrible. Like there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be benching their stars and putting in that quarterback number 2. Second and goal. Carr, pump fake, run it. Why are you running it, Carr? Run the ball. Birdman versus Orion Monday night. Yeah, baby. Well, we're not a very good team. We're 2-0, but Eagles is a different story. It is in Tampa though, so you never know. But if we beat you guys, I don't know what that means, in the pecking order. But if we end up beating the Eagles and we end up getting to 10 or 11 wins, yeah, I don't think anyone's going to want to play the Buccaneers, this season. But sometimes you get surprised, and, even myself. So I didn't think we would be 2-0. Damn it, Carr. Panthers defense stepping up. Finley. Barkley's out. Looks like Burrow might be out. Montgomery got hurt. He'll be out. And it's funny, too, because this is the only year in fantasy where I have 3 running backs. I've never done that strategy before. So I have Ramondre Stevenson, David Montgomery, and Rachaad White. And I had Jamal Williams, but I dropped him. So now Montgomery is hurt. So it's just going to be Rachaad White and Ramondre Stevenson. But if they get me 10 to 15 points or more, who gives a fuck? You guys might have the bigger names, but it's not about names. It's about points. So if Ramondre Stevenson and Rachaad White can give me 30 points, that's the same as like Nick Chubb and Josh Jacobs. It doesn't matter. 6-3. Sights. You know what it is? Defense. Your defense, like I said, Jesse Bates III is the big reason why your defense has a new attitude, a new vibe, right? Desmond Ridder, we don't really know if he's going to be the guy, but so far, he's been looking pretty good. You got Kyle Pitts, right? But the big story for Atlanta, you already know your offensive line and Bijan. Bijan, looks like he might be one of the best running backs we've seen in like 5 to 10 years, and he's on a different speed level. His agility, going from side to side, I haven't seen too many backs like that. Like maybe Saquon in his rookie year. There's a few guys that you've seen. Le'Veon Bell in his prime, Todd Gurley in his prime, but there's like certain types of backs where they have that movement, that Barry Sanders agility back and forth, where they can stop on a dime, right, and use those quads, and then all of a sudden change direction really quickly, stop, and then go again. And you don't really see that in running backs. And to me, out of all the running backs that I've seen this season, Bijan looks like the best. I haven't seen anyone that looks better than him. and he's going to be a top 5 back this year. And as long as he stays healthy and Jesse Bates, the third from the Bengals, keeps doing his thing for Atlanta, the Bucs might miss out on the playoffs. Yeah, we're 2-0, or maybe the Saints win the division and the Falcons and the Buccaneers get to 10 wins. I mean, who's to say that doesn't happen? Or maybe the Falcons or Bucs win the division. I mean, who knows? But I mean, if the Saints can win this, then we'll have 3 teams that are 2-0. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure. But to me, with Jamal, he's a good goal line back. You know what I mean? But I couldn't even keep him on my fantasy team. After AK comes back, then his role is going to even be more diminished and whatnot, unless they decide to give him goal line looks over AK. But based off his production so far in the first couple games, I wouldn't. I mean, I get it that you got him, to be like that change of pace back, but I'm disappointed in him, honestly. Like, he hasn't been able to hit the holes, the way that he should have. And if you're going to get 20 carries, you got to get more than 50 or 60 yards, young man. I love it that you love anime, not you, Calvin, but Jamal Williams. And I love that he's probably the coolest personality based off person in the NFL. But, on the ground, I don't know, man. He ain't doing it for me. And normally, if I have faith in someone, I hang on to him, for at least half of the season before I cut him. I fucking cut him week 1. So I got 3 running backs on fantasy. That's it. David Montgomery, Ramondre Stevenson, and Rachaad White. And I think I can win the championship with just those 3 guys. And now, will I add a few throughout the season? Yeah, I'll add a few. But I'm going to go wide receiver heavy and then see if that strategy works for me. But so far, so good. Jay Jetta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Mike Evans, Keenan Allen. I mean, I don't think anyone else in our league has better receivers than that. So my strategy changed from last year, running back heavy to wide receiver heavy, and I like this team a lot more. And we got the Cleveland Browns going to be starting against the Steelers. Demario Davis, a.k.a. the Glue. Stud. All right, let me turn that game on here real quick, too. I want to make sure my stream doesn't lag, though. I got one through the cable provider here. I got a Browns defense in fantasy, so I'm hoping that they put up 10-14 tonight. This game is kind of going in mud a little bit, but the second half, things are going to open up. It's just that the defenses are playing great for both teams. Oh, I already know what 2 people that you got that you're looking at. I'm already all over the shit. I got that ESP. I already know. Half of my roster is different from the draft, and that's why I'm excelling. A lot of y'all haven't made that many moves, and you don't have to make as many moves as me, but nice tackle. But if you really want to be good in fantasy, you have to make tough decisions sometimes. And I'm not saying drop, elite players, but sometimes you got to maneuver that roster. But half of my roster is not even the same, from when I drafted. And I'm only in week 2. So I think I made like 10, 11, 12 moves. See how many moves I've made so far? 16 moves. We're in week 2, and I'm at 16 moves. And like I said, remember I told you Jason Myers was the fantasy sleeper kicker of 2022? The fantasy sleeper kicker is Moody in 2023, and I picked him up, and I was right. That's going to be a kicker I'm going to have all year. Oh, nice block. Sometimes you just have to have that ESP. And when you have that ESP and you have that feeling, you just got to go for it, even before anyone else notices it. And then now, everyone knows that Niner kicker is fucking money. That's a sleeper kicker in fantasy. If you can grab Moody, grab him. And I picked up Laporta. And I tried telling you, Reflect. I tried telling you that was going to be the guy. I gave you chances. And I was like, well, I guess if you're not going to get him, I will. And look at what he's doing now. He's getting targets. He's got good yak yards. Sarah's familiar with him, obviously being an Iowa Hawkeye. And one thing that we know, if you play tight end for Iowa, you're going to be a good NFL player. Dallas Clark, George Kittle, Sam Laporta, maybe not Noah Fant as much, TJ Hawkinson. Those are just a couple examples. Maybe Noah Fant's the worst one out of them all, but like one guy that didn't really pan out on the other 4, like amazing. Myers was not crap last year. He was good last year. He's just been crap at the beginning of this year for whatever reason. I don't know if he's injured or what it is, but or maybe he got his bag, he got his money, and then but we'll see. Maybe he'll be able to turn it around. He missed 2 field goals, but you know, sometimes kickers miss. I mean, hell, Justin Tucker missed a field goal, obviously last week. Also, it just depends on how far and what's going on. So. No, but Myers wasn't crap last year. I mean, like I said, he was money. Things change from year to year. Kelsey, yeah. Yeah, and I picked up Carlson from the Raiders because I thought he was going to be like, even though the quarterback changed from Carr to Garoppolo, I thought that Raider offense would still be able to get in the red zone often and just not get touchdowns. But when you get only 5 points roughly each week, I can't keep you on my team. You're not worth it. You know what I mean? You've proven to me that you're not the number one kicker anymore. You were the number one kicker for about 3 years. Sarah took advantage of him last year with Carr, but it shows you going from Carr to Garoppolo, that drop off, the drop off not only affected Garoppolo, going in with that team, but it affected Carlson, number one. So I can't even keep him anymore. But at least now that I fucked up on that pick, right? But I still had others. But then I found Moody, and now I'm good. So I don't even have to worry about it. So. I'll forget a fantasy here. Oh, 148 to 87. Is that good? The chosen ones is probably like, fuck this guy. This guy's team is too good. Every fucking spot had double digits. Mahomes, 21. Ramondre Stevenson, 15. Montgomery, before he got hurt, 12. Jay Jetta, 25. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 14. Mark Andrews, 15 and a half. Keenan Allen, 31. Moody, 14. And then I got to get Cleveland D. They got to get me something. And then Rashad White with 21 on my bench. Laporta with 11. Mike Evans with 29 on my bench. Let's go. That's when you know you have a deep roster. Watson threw a pick 6 already. David Goldstein in the building. What's good? Shotgun set. Little scream. Go. Well, Jamal got hurt, right? But I mean, he doesn't really do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather go with any of the other running backs that you have other than him. Like I said, Jamal's supposed to be that goal line back, but he can't really play from the 20 to the 20s. And I know the offensive line has been struggling, so that's a part of it too. If the O line was better, Jamal would be better. But I just think that some of these other guys, that will get an opportunity to play, that might be able to give a little bit more of a spark. But again, Panthers D and Saints D have been pretty good. Saints D, we know, is one of the best in the NFL. Carolina's D, they're not one of the best in the NFL, but they're taking advantage of the offensive line struggles that the Saints have been having these first 2 weeks. So, so if the Saints O-line is not 100%, that's why this Panther game is so close right now. Rashid Shaheed, I like him. 2 more weeks and you get AK-41 back. Big facts. Amber, are you still in the building? I don't know if Amber is still in the building. I hope she is. Because on the commercial break, I want to be able to throw up some Saint photos for her. Deshaun Watson, you predator. Pick 6 on the predator. You should have already picked up Hunter Henry. Yeah, you need tight ends. There's going to be some sleepers. 3rd down and 2. But again, when you can hit on wire picks in the first 2 weeks, that can really change the trajectory of your team because you have guys that should have been drafted that weren't. And if you can find the Moody's, the Sam Laportas, if you can find those guys and get them, right? That could change your season, tenfold. Yeah, I know. What do you want to see for photos, Amber? You got some Saints players? You want some Drew Brees, AK-41? Let me know. Oh, Olive Garden was fantastic. I got a zuppa toscano, that with that Italian sausage. It's creamy, it's so good. And then had the breadsticks, the salad, and then had the fettuccine alfredo with the crispy chicken. Magnificent. I can't even tell you. It's like being on cloud nine. So, all right, let me get some photos up here for Amber. Appreciate your $5 dono, Amber, very, very much. I got to put her name on here too as well. Amber with a fiver. Arch Manning, nice choice. I appreciate you, Amber. Longtime supporter of the channel. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Thank you. This Arch Manning photo is just so legit. Old school. I got fucking photos so old of Arch. The shit is in black and white, but the photo in black and white looks like it's black and white on top of black and white. I don't know how to explain it, but you'll see when I show you the photo. It looks like an old photo on top of an old photo. So it's like that one obviously is old because they don't have HD and all that other shit. Look at this one. What year is this from? Who the hell knows? I mean, what year is this? Did we even have football back then? Very cool. I appreciate you very, very much. Oh no, Burger King. No, the Burger King is back. Okay, have it your way. You rule. Eagles, Tampa, baby. All right, Panthers. Here you go. I got one more for you. I got one more for you, Amber. Oh, baby. Backyard football at its finest. Look at those jerseys. Wow. Appreciate you, Amber. We need some tutties in this game. $55, 45 to go to hit the goal. Little handoff, running into a Saint wall. Arch. No problem. Oh, yeah. Arch Manning, Peyton Manning, Eli, all the Mannings. Come on, Browns. I need your defense to be good. Second down and 9. I wanted the Browns D to get me at least 10. Oh, nice hit. Oh, wow. Torn pec. That's big. And that's why you don't talk shit and do that like face mask shit. They're like, put these masks on, like the robber masks. And they were all trying to like talk shit. Not only did they lose the game to the Seahawks, now he's out for the year. That's why you don't talk shit. That's why you don't be extra. That's why you don't try to be braggy, you know? Because every time you do some stupid shit like that, let's wear the ski mask. Not only does it backfire, now you're injured for the whole year, idiot. You got to have some humble pie, once in a while. But I guess CJ Gardner Johnson doesn't know what humble pie is, but he'll be eating a lot of it on the sidelines at his house, for the rest of the season. Lattimore with a breakup. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a big blow to Detroit. Because if they don't have him, he's one of their emotional leaders. That's terrible news for him. And he was actually playing pretty fucking good for Detroit. Well, being away from football for a few years, of course, he's not going to be a top 5 quarterback ever again, but he's got a chance to be a top 15. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Reich is the right coach there either. Oh, I forgot. Odin's son sent me a dono earlier, and we want to make sure we apply it to the stream. So Odin's son sent me a 25er. So we want to make sure we put that in here. He's not in the room right now, but I want to make sure that he was showing that love. Odin's son with a 25er. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Good defense there. Bang, bang. Thank you, Odin. I appreciate you. And we'll throw up some cheap photos for him, even if he's not here. Much appreciated. Yeah, he sent that to me earlier, when I was like doing reaction videos and whatnot. So I want to make sure we say our thank yous and make sure that we're very appreciative. Yeah, your defense holding the Saints to 6 is insane. There's no way in hell this game should be 6-3. Saints should have at least 13 to 14 points at this point. Like 13 to 17 points, you would think, but the defensive battle. But it's one thing for the Saints defense to be good, right? But for the Panther defense to be playing this well, I don't think anyone anticipated that. So all you got to do is just you never know. Maybe a touchdown or two will be enough to win. You know what I mean? Like a touchdown pass or two could be enough. Like the final score might end up being under 20 points. So these plays are very important. NFC South is very tight. I told y'all. Carr. Oh, pick! It's a pick party! Oh! Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Saints, Buccaneers, Falcons, Panthers. Oh, my. Is there a chance that the Buccaneers and Falcons are better than the Saints? I mean, we got to wait for the O-line to get cleaned up, and we got to wait for AK-41 to come back. But as of right now, I think the Falcons and the Buccaneers are better than the Saints. I had the Saints going into the season as winning the NFC South. But if they keep playing like this on offense, the Falcons and Buccaneers are going to pass them. Facts. Megan with a 20. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. You are a gem. You are a gem. Gem Mint 10. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. One of the number one supporters on the NWSF. It's Megan. Hawks in the building. Kraken in the building. Mariners in the building. Thank you so much. I appreciate you more than words can say. Play action fake. Bryce. Oh! Now momentum is in their favor, and I would assume that they're going to end up getting a tutty on this drive. P1 Kev loves it. He's a Panther fan. Finley loves it. Von Bell, yep. Sometimes getting former Saint players or former Bengal players or former players from other teams, and they come to your team, you can definitely feel that presence. 100, let's get to 2. But it's one of those things also too. It's like, if you take care of me, I take care of you. Um, and like I said, the custom 12 chain, I couldn't think of a person better to have one. Handoff, Sanders. Oh, broke that tackle. Keep those legs pumping. Now, if the Saints can hold to a field goal, that would be the best case scenario here. Shepard says, give it to Sanders for a TD, which means in reality, he has Sanders in fantasy and he needs fantasy points. Am I right? Aha! Your boy knows. Are you guys going against each other, Reflect? Is it you and Shep? I'm looking at the matchups here. All right, we got the 2-minute warning. All right, let's see what O Doggy Dog is up to. 148.3 to 90. I think I won. All right, then we got Reflect and Shep. Ooh, Reflect is at 123.52. Shep is at 98, but he's only projected for 114. So he needs a big day out of Sanders, 2 touchdowns, and he needs Freiermuth to get in the end zone as well. So you need Freiermuth with like probably a 15, and then you're going to need like a Sanders with like a 15. Or maybe a Freiermuth with like a 10, and then how much are you down by? 225. So 16 out of Sanders, and then maybe out of 10 out of Freiermuth. But I don't know if you're going to get that. Ooh. Then we got Jerry going against Sarah. Looks like it's pretty close, 94 to 104. But she needs Nick Chubb to get like 2 or 3 tutties to win. And then Walker, Jerry's got Olave. Ooh. And then we got Fo King Money. He got his ass kicked by Seahawks talk. Even though he was projected to lose by $1 billion, he came back and won. And 141.92 to 111. And then we got Megan and Chief Chief. It's like Chief Chief got the victory, but Megan already got a victory week 1 against Sarah. So dropping week 2, but you ended up picking the right people. I told you Lamar instead of Richardson, even though Richardson scored twice. You got Walker in there. Herbert let you down. So you need to find someone better than that, but still have him on the roster. IU can give you like the 30 points that he did last week, which is kind of normal. Higbee underwhelmed. So if you would have got better numbers from Herbert and Higbee and Ayuk and Tutu did good. And then the Niner D did not do you any favors either with a 4. But Nick Folk with a 10. That worked out pretty damn good. So, and he didn't really leave anything on the bench. So now you just have to be able to, pray that Niner D plays better. Ayuk gets on the board. Higbee has a regular game, and Herbert can be a little bit better, But I mean, you went against Josh Allen, McCaffrey, Devontae, McLaurin, Waller. So a lot of his guys hit. So, and just like a lot of guys hit for you last week, and it happens. Oh, O-Dog, 159. Is that good? Oh, I got 11 points on my defense reception. That's good. I'm coming for all y'all. Look at the score. 159.3. Double digits. And I'm leaving more points on the bench than anybody. Mike Evans with 29, Rachaad White with 21. Normally that would be a killer to your fantasy and you'd lose, but depth. You got to have a starting unit on your bench, and if you do, that's how you win championships. What's that offensive line? You got to know that offensive line was not good week 1. I did the reaction video, right? So you got to be able to get better offensive line play, and then Carr will be able to make the reads. Anyone's offensive line that's fucked up, you're not going to look good. Regardless if it's Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Joe Montana, John Elway, or someone playing right now like Bryce Young or Carr. You got to have a good O-line and a good D-line. You have those 2 good positions, that's like the gas in the Ferrari. Otherwise, you just have a Ferrari with no gas, and you ain't going nowhere. Pick it through a pick. Good. I need this Browns D to go off. I got Browns D, Eagles D, Jets D. Let's go. But I know that even though, I could score all these points, I haven't won the championship in our league in a couple of years. So it's like no guarantees. Like you could still be the number 1 team all year like I was last year and go to the playoffs best of 2 weeks, have a shitty week 1 out of the 2-week period, and then you're fucked. And then you just lose. So, and then you lose to Shep by 0.5. That ain't happening this year, brother. I'm getting revenge, dude. My team is deeper this year. My team was hella deep last year too. I think I only lost one game? Look out! Oh! Fumble! Oh! Fumble! Oh! Fumble! Oh! Fumbleruski! Fumbalaya! A jambalaya! Fumbalaya! Wow! Paulson Depot! But technically, we didn't have a champion last year, right? Because Jake wanted to be the champion, but I was like, no. I was like, if you would have had Burrow, Mixon, and T. Higgins, 3 out of 9 pieces, and then what? You're just going to act like you're okay? So, yeah, he should have known better. But when he popped off, saying, "Oh, you're just mad because you're not in there," and I was like, that has nothing to do with it. And then now he's no longer part of the channel. So, wow, that was a big turnover. Bryce will learn to get rid of that ball. That was wild. A fumble after a fumble after a fumble. 3 fumbles. Come on, Cleveland Browns D. Let's go. And you know what's really crazy? J.C. Horn is not even playing. He's injured. He's on IR. Can you imagine if they didn't pick him? It's like obviously they had Surtain and J.C. Horn were supposed to be like those 2 elite corners. Unfortunate. Well, Bryce is not a runner like C.J. Stroud. Only Richardson is a runner out of the quarterback position. They're pocket guys. They don't want to run outside of the pocket. But if they want to be able to win in this league, they're going to have to learn. You're going to have to bootleg left, bootleg right, play action left, play action right, and you're going to have to improvise. Like look at Russell Wilson. Even though Denver's not winning games, have you guys watched him? He looks good. Like Sean Payton did his magic. Russ got in shape. I'm not a big fan of Russell Wilson. You know what I mean? Kind of a douchebag, right? Thinking he's in his own world, but he's been playing better football than he did last year. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. But I'll tell you what, if Richardson would have went number 1 to Carolina, right, or if he would have went to the Texans, he wouldn't be as good as he is with the Colts. The Colts have a better supporting cast. So, it's like you could have still picked Richardson number 1 on the Carolina Panthers, but still he's going to have some issues. But it shows you that he's a better runner of the football. And maybe the Panthers should have picked Richardson number 1. They were afraid to do that. I think everyone was afraid. Hell, I know people were afraid to pick him at 4. They thought, I don't know if this guy's going to be pan out or if he's going to be Jamarcus Russell, But it shows you, if you watched him in preseason, he's kind of like a Cam Newton. So, I mean, they definitely made the right pick. For C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, they just need better supporting cast. Yeah, I think he has a chance to be better than Cam. That's saying something. Carr's rhythm to Olave is completely off. That offensive line needs some help. Yeah, but I also remember I didn't have Mark Andrews in that first week either. And I didn't have Ramondre Stevenson. I didn't have Montgomery. I had half of my starting lineup wasn't even in the lineup because people were injured, sick, or hurt. So, but I feel you. It really does help when you have Kelsey and Andrews and like a top tight end. TJ Hawkinson. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? A Panthers sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Wow. This O-line is bad. And if the O-line keeps playing like this, the Falcons, boom, 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 boom. Buccaneers, boom, 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 boom. Saints, boom, 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 boom. Panthers, boom, 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 boom. Because the Panthers are just going to probably stay even keel. But the Saints are going to start dropping games if this O-line doesn't get better. And right now, the Buccaneers and the Falcons are playing better football. Can you imagine if the Saints don't make the playoffs? If it ends up being the Falcons and the Buccaneers? I mean, it could happen, I guess. But I would rather see all 3 teams in the playoffs because they always talk shit about our conference. I would love to see the Falcons, the Bucs, and the Saints all in. And then eventually, in a couple of years, I want to see the Panthers get there too. So, yeah, you should have paid Armstead for sure. Yeah, well, you're a Falcon fan, so of course you don't mind it. I'm a Buck fan, so I don't really care what the records are. I just want to be competitive and respectable. And I was ready to tank this year, and Baker's playing like a Pro Bowl Hall of Famer. We're great on third down. Baker's making the reads. Mike Evans, there's no drop off. One drop off that I did notice is Godwin. So if you got Godwin in fantasy, you're fucked. But if you got Mike Evans, that's the security blanket, the check down guy. Mike Evans' numbers this year with Baker are going to be through the roof. They might even be better than when he was with Tom Brady because he's going to go to Mike Evans even more. So he's like that number one option. And he's the number two option. And Mike Evans is also the number three option. And then number four is Godwin. And then number five is everybody else. And everyone's always sleeping on Keenan Allen and Mike Evans, saying that they're old or they can't get it done. Mike Evans is like that guy that does it with a different fucking quarterback every single year and still gets it done. Doesn't matter. First ballot Hall of Famer, Mike Evans. Especially if he gets 1,000 yards this year again and he breaks the record, which he will. Like, people will not appreciate Mike Evans and Keenan Allen until they're retired. And then they look at the career numbers and they'll be like, holy shit. I mean, I decided to go wide receiver. I went for best talent available when we did the fantasy draft. 6'3". I mean, yeah, you want to be able to go deep, but what happens if Bryce Young fumbles it and they pick it up and score or throw a pick six? So, both of the games are on ESPN, aren't they? Should I go to the other broadcast? Or is the other game on? I'm trying to look here. Hold on. Is the other game here? Let's go to the other game right now. All right. And then let me know when the other game comes back, and then I'll flip it back. But I'm watching it through the cable provider through the website. If it'll work. Close this down. See if my Cleveland Brown defense on fantasy will get me some more. All right, here we go. All right, I got the Browns game on. It's on ABC/ESPN since they're owned by the same. So if you're on ESPN.com, you can actually watch it through your cable provider on there too. So cool. Right. And it shows you can have all these beautiful weapons at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, some defensive guys. But if you don't have O line or D line, you're not it shows you like you can look like, oh, we're going to be a really, really good team this year. And you have all this anticipation. And then all of a sudden the O line looks like that. And then you're thinking, fuck, if we don't get shit together, we're going to be with the Panthers in the bottom of the division. And Panthers obviously have the number one pick, so they're not there yet. But with the Saints, their team is good enough to win, 10 to 13 games. And if this O line doesn't get better, all those experts that said maybe the Saints will be shitty this year or win like 9 games or less will come true. And I don't want that shit to happen. I don't want those haters to be correct. I want that O line to be firmed up, but it will give the door to open for the Buccaneers. And I already thought the Falcons were on the up and up. The Buccaneers are the big surprise. The Saints O-line, big surprise. Buccaneers actually winning. Baker Mayfield playing good, big surprise. But again, our O-line is good. Our defense is better. Everything is just lining up. So, yeah, that O-line is terrible. Ass juice. Penning is not playing like a first-round pick. Yeah. All right, I got the Browns game on here. All right, so take a look at fantasy real quick. Oh, let me get some pictures for Odin's son. Make sure you guys are keeping up with the game, and that way I can flip it back. Please. All right, I'll change the scoreboard too. Hold up. Appreciate you. Let me get one more for him. He's not in the room, but still, I like to be able to show love. Appreciate you, Odin son. It's always cool when you can get donos when you're not streaming or when you're doing something else like reaction videos. Appreciate you, brother. And obviously, the Chiefs did not look good, yesterday. But again, a dub is a dub against the Jags. You'll have to take it. All right, hold up. Let me get the scoreboard adjusted here. I'm telling you though, these running backs, right, and quarterbacks this year are terrible. They're not as good as they were last season. There we go. Oh, look at that. Now we're at the Browns and the Steelers, just like that. I need to change the background though. I'm not sure if I need to go to that extent, but I will, even if it's only for a few minutes. All right, let's do this. We're changing everything. If you want to put in effort, you have to put the effort in if you want to be able to get the effort back. All right, here we go. So we were in Carolina, and now we're about to go to Pittsburgh. Where are we? We time traveled. Hello. Oh, there we are. Oh, that's so colorful. Oh, baby. Yeah. Wow. Chubb with some chubbery. Still one of my favorite running backs in the league. I hear you, bro. I hear you. 11 field goals and 1 TD, and they can't score any goddamn points. So some of it is Carr. I will give that to you. But if the offensive line was good, you guys would be scoring, a couple touchdowns per half, and be putting up, I think, on the high 20s or in the 30s almost every game. But again, if you don't got the O line, then everything just goes down the shitter. Nick Chubb, that's my dude. 11 points for the Cleveland D. I like that. Fryermuth with a goose egg. Shep needs points. Sanders with a 5.2. Chubb with a 5.6 for Sarah. She needs points, she says. Look at that. The Pittsburgh D on the bench for you, Sarah. 16. I mean, it probably won't stay like that, but Indy D was 7. Well, I'm glad we were able to kind of check a little bit of both of these games. Seattle forever regret taking Penny over Chubb. Yeah, that was a dumb decision. Dumb. But again, the Eagles passed on a few great players themselves too. Eagles could have had Jay Jetta, you know, they could have had a couple guys themselves when they pass on guys. So like Eagles could have had DK Metcalf and someone else, like DK Metcalf and Jay Jetta, the Eagles did, but then they went for Raygor and someone else. So there's always going to be coulda, woulda, shoulda type shit. But yeah. But now Kenneth Walker is the best thing since Marshawn Lynch, so you got to be happy with that. Walker might not be a Chubb, but he's damn good. You can root for him. People will buy the jersey. They haven't had anyone that's worthy of buying a jersey at running back for Seattle since Marshawn Lynch. Now it's Kenneth Walker got that swag and he's good. So. Yeah. Well, obviously, as you know, Calvin, Dennis Allen is not a head coach. He's a coordinator. You got to get somebody better. the struggles of being a fan and, just wanting everything to be able to work out and pan out right away. 7-3 Steelers, 4th down and 1. Oh, Watson, you predator, you. You got that first down. He's like, where's the massage parlor? I can't believe he got that first down. As if he would have flipped it to Chubb, they wouldn't have got it. At least it didn't look like it based off the angle. And he just wiggled his body to get that first down. TJ Watt not happy. End of the first quarter. Steelers 7, Browns 3. Low scoring game here as well. But the Steelers got a pick 6. But their offense is some shit as well. They don't got Deontay Johnson. The offensive line for the Steelers is a straight booty juice like the Saints. Like, they're shit. They told me when they were doing the reaction videos that I'm an idiot, that they were going to go, I don't know how many wins, but they were going to go to the Super Bowl and win. They were going to win the AFC North. And I said, I didn't know that the Bengals were going to be hurt with Burrow and whatnot, but I was like, we'll see. And they were 3-0 in preseason. Pickett had 5 touchdown drives, with his starters. And now you start to see the O-line is still shitty, right? Running back, shitty. Wide receivers banged up. Defense, suspect. So, I mean, if you got TJ Watt, it's one thing. But now TJ Watt is healthy, but then now what happened? Cameron Hayward is out. Deontay Johnson is out. Like the Steelers can't really cut a break either. A guy in the building. Raiders. Yeah, but a lot of it though is some of it is Carr, but most of it is the O line is bad. And like I said, if the O line is bad, if the O line was good, like from a few years ago, like when Jameis was there, or even when Breeze was there, Carr would be slinging it. The Saints would be undefeated for like 3, 4, 5, 6 games. They'd be scoring like 35 a game. Defense would be holding teams to fucking field goals. You know what I mean? Like it's a cause and effect. You got to be able to have everything kind of flowing. The wheels have to be turning together. So. But also, let's not, take away from the fact Carr does make some stupid plays from time to time. That's why he's not a top 10 quarterback. Him and Cousins will look brilliant sometimes, and then other times you're like, what the fuck was that? And that's what you get when you're ranked 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Yeah, he ain't top 5, but he's, somewhere between 10 and 15. I think that most people would agree with that. 10 to 16. Cousins and Carr, sometimes they're like around top 10. Sometimes they'll have top 5 games, but normally like 10 to 13. But most of the time, it's going to be 12 to 16. And every once in a while, you'll have that really, really good game. So, and like I said, let me know when the other game comes on so I can flip the background, the scoreboard, and we can go back into the game. So let me know for whoever's watching the Saints and Panthers, please. Oh, nice. T.Y. Hilton. Yeah, that C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury is going to be a little detrimental to that team. And shout out to Cyberpunk and Sarah for helping out on the Twitter side. So, guy, the subs are getting better and better. I skipped Sunday Night Football to do reaction videos, and I sat in the fucking chair for like 9 hours straight. It's paid off. We're at 19,983, 17 to go. And just like a couple weeks ago, we had like 200 to go. So, and like I said, we went for a long time for not, being able to grow. And obviously, live streams, people have their favorites that they go to. It's kind of rare for newbies to be able to go through unless you get rated or you get in the algorithm. So I knew by having to do reaction videos is gonna be able to get it done. Okay, it's back on. Okay, let me switch. Hold up. All right, let me switch it real quick. All right, I'm back. All right, hold up. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, I don't want to watch it in Espanol. Fuck, just put it on, sucker. It's asking me which one I want to watch. Do I want to watch this one or I want to watch that one or Espanol? No, no Espanol. Shit. All right, here we go. Thank you. All right, let me switch the page here too. Well, one thing is for damn sure, the Saints defense is for real. It's legit. It's just that O line needs work. All right, I'm back. Let's go. Good boy, technology is a beautiful thing where I can just like in a matter of a couple finger snaps, I can get right back from doing one stream to another. Beautiful. All right, Bryce, show me something. Hell, I don't even know if they can get a touchdown. Not against the Saints defense, bro. I know you want fantasy points, but you might be taking an L today. But it's possible that Sanders gets one. You know, if you'll be lucky if he gets like a big break, like a long one. You know, but and then Fryermuth, there's a chance that Fryermuth could get in the end zone, but I just don't know if you're going to get 3 touchdowns total. Maybe one with Sanders, and if you're lucky, one with Fryermuth. But unless they're long tutties, you might not be able to come back. But it's possible. 17 subs at 20,000. Let's go, y'all. Second down and 7. Screen pass for Young. Where are you going? Nowhere. Look at that Saints defense. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Both of them are very chill. Third down and 9. 7-3 Steelers. 6-3 Saints. Third down and 9. You got to get rid of it. Oh, football. You got to be better than that, Bryce. You can't be sitting in the pocket that long. Wow. All right, Saints with the tutty now. Brizzy. I mean, Bryce has to have better awareness in the pocket. I mean, this is one of the best defenses in the whole entire NFL. Not just one of the best in the fucking NFC South or the NFC, like overall, one of the best. You can't be hanging on to that football that long. Like you think you're quick as a quarterback, but you start to realize that defensive ends are like that first couple seconds, like 3 seconds, they can keep up with you. You know, once you start running away, then you might be able to pull away from some D ends and some linebackers. But for that first initial burst, for like 3 to 4 seconds, for like 5 to 10 yards, those big boys that weigh 250, 300, they can keep up with you. We're going to get a tutty now. First tutty. Everyone loves tutties. Oh, they didn't give it to him? Oh, they got it back to the Panthers. They had it recovered. They got lucky there. Get rid of it. Everyone in the crowd, get rid of it. What happened to my legs? I said, yeah, reflect you won. Yeah. Well, supposedly they got the ball, I guess. Imagine if the offensive line was as good as the defense. Then the Saints are putting up 40 points a game. I hope it works out for you guys though, because I would love to have 3 teams: Saints, Bucks, Falcons, all fighting for position, and then the Panthers are a few years away. Play action fake. Look out. Oh, just out of reach. Incomplete. There was a flag on a Debo. When it comes up, let me know. All right, where's the penalty at? Oh, he's all over him. What is he doing? A Devo. He didn't realize that it was going to be a sack fumble. But Jesus. That's tough. Oh, yes, you are. You're fine. I mean, we're just watching football, talking football. You're good. But if you feel that you need to go, I can't hold you here. But if you want to just be able to hang out, and remember, when you're in the room, and obviously you're one of the goats, you don't have to talk. You don't have to type anything. You can just watch and just interact and just do things around the house. You're not obligated to type in the chat. You can just put your feet up and relax. Watch me call the game. Type when you want to type. You're good. Yeah, see, you got a headache, migraine. I'm here. I'll throw up some photos for you during the commercial break. I'll make things better for you. Floater, incomplete on 3rd down and 3. And the thing is with the Panthers, like even if you run screens, the Saints are so fast, sideline to sideline, you can't even get necessarily 5 yards easy doing a screen because the Saints defenders are all over the place. They try to run a rub route. They couldn't even do that. Yeah. Well, you better go to the office, get a second job, then a third job, then a fourth job, do overtime, and we'll see what happens. But at least for you, I'm not going to have Montgomery next week, and I might not play Amon-Ra St. Brown. Both players are a little nicked up, but I feel my lineup is still going to be projected for 120 something, 130 something, and hopefully I put up 150. Oh, good special teams. Mahomes, Ramondre Stevenson, Rashad White, Jay Jetta, Mike Evans, Mark Andrews, Keenan Allen at my flex, and then I'll go Browns D, Jets D, or Eagles D. I won't do Eagles. Jets are going against New England, but I don't trust them. So I'll go Browns again against Tennessee, and that's going to get me over 10 points. And then I got the sleeper kicker in fantasy Moody from the Niners. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Your boy's at 161. Let's go. I'm up by 70. Is that good in fantasy? The chosen ones is about to quit. He's like, I can't even be in this league. I'm losing by 70. At least everyone else is closer. 23, 8. Oh boy, lost by 30. Folk King money. Aussie 12 and Chief with Chief is 25. Your boy beat the chosen ones by 70. Shep, I'm going to try to beat you by 70. Let's go. Well, anytime, if you don't bring your A game, anyone can beat anyone on any given Sunday, Monday, Thursday. I mean, the NFL is the best league in sports where the parity is real. In baseball, you kind of know what's going on. Hockey, you kind of know. NBA, you kind of know, right? College football, blowout city, usually all the time. But in the NFL, even the worst teams can beat some of the good teams, on any given week. You can't say that out of any other major sporting event, through any other major sporting league. Like the NFL, like you could end up having, the Jets, like we had fucking played the Bills. Like who would have thought that they would? I mean, obviously, if Aaron Rodgers would have played, then I predicted the Jets were going to win that game. But but you could even go even deeper and deeper. With the teams that aren't very good. Panthers and Texans, they can still beat some teams this year. Especially if you take them for granted. And the dollars, let's get to 2. Let's throw up some photos for Megan. Boom! Browns D, go, go, go! Go, Browns D, go, Browns D, go! And then he fumbled. What the hell's going on? Kenny Pickett. They said Kenny Pickett's going to go to the Super Bowl. Pittsburgh fans are dumb. They always want to argue with me and fight with me. Ryan, you're an idiot. Kenny Pickett's going to go all the way to the unemployment line. Busters. Just because you go undefeated in preseason doesn't mean you're going to the fucking Super Bowl. Kenny Pickett. Fuck out of here. But it does show you if your offensive line stinks, right? You ain't going to do shit. You can be undefeated in preseason with Kenny Pickett and up all these, Pickett to Pickens, and you ain't getting nothing. But it doesn't help that Deontay Johnson got hurt, Cameron Hayward got hurt. It's like you got all these guys getting banged up, one after another. Yeah, you guys are lucky I didn't pick him up because I was thinking about it too. Just tossing him on my bench just for shits and gigs. I don't know if I would have played him though. I would have had him on my bench. But I mean, I only got 3 running backs, so at some point I got to find another piece just for depth. Oh, Olave, nothing. We got a defensive battle in both of these games. Oh, okay. No worries, brother. I appreciate your support. You're an OG. Yeah, but again, the running backs and quarterbacks this year are terrible in fantasy. They're not good. I've never seen it where like stud names are not being able to put up production. Now our defense is better, this year compared to last year, possibly. Maybe it's injuries, maybe offensive lines are worse this year, and that's why running backs and quarterbacks are ass because the offensive lines are worse this year than they've been in the last 10 years, like collectively. Kind of makes sense, right? You got a shitty O line, your running backs probably aren't doing good. You got a shitty O line, your quarterback's probably doing shitty. Yeah. Chubb is hurt. Uh-oh. Sarah's got Chubb too. Saints with the punt. Go! Oh, big hit. Saints. I picked Saints to win tonight. But even elite running backs get hurt. You know what I mean? Saquon Barkley, I had him, Chubb, and Jacobs. And obviously now 2 out of those 3, if I would have drafted him again, that they wouldn't be playing right now. So I need 17 subs at 20,000. 17. So again, we've gained over 150 within, I don't know, since I started doing the reaction videos in preseason. So but we've been gaining more and more ground. So for me to be able to sacrifice Sunday Night Football, if the matchup is kind of like average, to do those reaction videos is going to pay off. But that's the only game that I'll skip. I'm not going to skip Monday night. I'm not going to skip Thursday night. But I just need to be able to put out 7 reaction videos on a Sunday, 5 to 7 on a Monday, and then maybe 2 to 4 on a Tuesday. But also I want to do some college football ones too. But I want to do those later, like on Tuesday or Wednesday. And as long as I keep that up and I do, let's say 14 to 16 reaction videos on the NFL side, every game except for 1 or 2, that's what's really going to bring us a shitload of subs and views. So let me look at your squad live. Let me look at your squad. 161 to 92. Let's go. Cleveland D with 13. Let's get to 20. All right, reflect. You got Jalen. And obviously, Jalen was a smart one. If I didn't go Mahomes, I was going to go Jalen. Saquon with 27, but now he's hurt, and he's out for a month. So you have to replace that. Connor with 16. That's nice. Pierce. Yeah, and I was going to go Ramondre Stevenson and Pierce, but Pierce hasn't been doing good this year. And then I did Montgomery instead because you picked him. Brees Hall with nothing, which is terrible. Mostert's nice. Nico's nice. You got some good bench pieces. Look at your bench. If you would have played some of your bench pieces, my God. 21 with Kirk, Mostert with 25, Nico with 27, Henry with 17, Swift with 27. Like, honestly, you probably should have lost by not having all those guys in the lineup, but you have a good deep team. Some of these guys that are Saquon, Connor, put them to the bench, Pierce on the bench, and then, oh, look, I got Mostert, and Swift, I can just put them in. So sometimes having those guys, but remember, just because they beat it this week doesn't mean the matchup next week is going to be as easy. Not every guy is going to go off, but you did have an amazing top to bottom. Like out of anyone as far as benches are concerned, You and me had the best benches this week for sure. Yeah, he did have a good last week. Agreed. First down and 10, shotgun set. Yeah, but I didn't think that the Saints O line was going to be this bad. I knew they were a bad week one, but I figured that they would be bad again, but not so bad where you're going to lose to the Panthers. So, yep, it's all about matchups. If Chubb is hurt, rip your fantasy. I'm telling you, like you have to draft well, and if you don't draft well, you're fucked in fantasy. You have to draft, but also too, you have to make moves. So if you haven't been making moves in these first 2 weeks, there's a chance that maybe you're not doing as good. You have to go off like me. You have to be a move, 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 improve, improve, improve. Pass incomplete. Because last year, remember, Sarah, you just left your roster pretty much the same. You didn't really make that many moves. And it ended up working out for you for the most part because you didn't have any major injuries. But now you're having injuries and players aren't playing up to their potential. So I have 7 new pieces on my roster since we started the draft. 7. That's like half my team is new. So I gave up on pieces that weren't good and I got ones that were better. I mean, I'm not saying that you guys have to do that, but that's what it takes to win. Go, baby. Diving for the first down marker. I don't know if he got it, though. Yeah, but also, too, if you lose, you get higher priority on the wire. So it's not necessarily like luck. It's just like picking the right guy and hoping that you get them, on the wire if you have a high priority. But yeah, grabbing those guys for sure. Grabbing Puka in your 18-man league and Tutu in this league for sure. I mean, hell, I would have picked those guys. I mean, I don't give a shit what team they're on, where they went to college. If you're good, you're good. If you're getting targets and you're getting opportunities, I'm going to pick you. Are you going to be 0-2 if you lose? Reflect, because the only way someone's going to be able to get Kyron is if that person's 0-2. So chosen ones, the one that I beat by 70, you'll probably have the first pick in the draft. And you got Sarah, and then depending, well, yeah, you did lose week one, so yeah, you'll be up in the running. There's going to be like 4 or 5 of you that might be in the running for Kyron. You already have like 8 running backs. You don't even need them. Reflect. Someone like fucking chosen ones that I'm beating. He's gonna need Kyron. I mean, shit. You already got fucking one of the best benches for depth like me. I mean, what I'm saying? There's gonna be someone worse than you that's gonna be in the running. Horde dog. But it shows you I don't need running backs to go that route. We had a guy last year that did the same shit that fucking had like 10 running backs on his squad. And sometimes it can work for you where you can have them, but sometimes you end up having too many, and then the ones that hit are on your bench. But you're pretty smart, so you'll usually figure that out. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you just have to look at your pieces and see what is valuable. And if you think that someone is worth dropping, then drop them, and then get other pieces. You don't need 3 quarterbacks at this point. You only need 2. So if your car is the one that you want to get rid of, you have to look at the schedule. Look what's going to be coming up for him to see if that would be if they go against it. But if this offensive line keeps playing like this, then yeah, I would be dropping Carr. And then Bills D, I don't know. I'd probably hang on to Bills D. But uh-oh. Uh-oh. False start. But dropping Carr, would be, and you don't even have to get another quarterback for him. Just drop Carr and, would definitely keep AR with the concussion. Absolutely. You don't drop him. You keep him on the roster all year because at some point, that's what might get you to the playoffs is him. So, but dropping Carr, who's your third quarterback? Oh, you got Lamar, so you're good. So I would just have Lamar and AR and then get rid of Carr. But you might want to hang on. Well, I guess it just depends on matchups for Lamar and whatnot. But if you drop Carr and got some more depth, that would be smart. Kick is up, and it's good. Who would have thought a 6-6 game? And you got Niners D, and at some point you're going to need a backup. So keeping the Bills D, you know what I mean? Like if you would have played the Bills D instead of the Niners, Niners normally are going to get 10 to 20 points every week. But if you would have swapped them, right? Bills D got 11 against a shitty, I won't say shitty, but a shitty matchup, obviously for the Raiders going against the Bills. And if you would have played the Bills, then you would have gotten 7 more points. It wouldn't have been able enough to win, but you would have gotten more. So I would say, probably keep the Bills deep, but you also have an empty spot that you should have filled. You never want to have an empty spot on your roster like that. Your IR is empty, but you have an empty spot. You always want to make sure you have a full roster going into the wire. You know what I mean? You don't want to just have an open spot just sitting there. You want to make sure every spot is full just in case that the guy does good or whatever it is. And then if you need to drop it, drop it. So never leave that spot open the rest of the season. Again, make sure you fill that open spot that you had. Never, ever leave that open. Because think about it. You could have picked up Kyron, and you could have just had him on your bench, and you would have had him, but you didn't. You see what I'm saying? You got to look on the wire before the game start, so that way if there's someone worthy, that you could have had that spot, unless you had someone and you dropped them, and that spot was full, and you actually dropped somebody. But anytime you drop, you want to add. So. Yeah, but I'm just saying, going into the weekend, going into your playing week, never have an open spot like that. Because like I said, if you would have, like I said, let's say it was, before Sunday at 10 a.m. and it's like 9, 30 a.m. It's before all those Sunday games. You could have picked up Kyron for free, for nothing. And if you would have had that spot open all week, and then boom, you just got an all-star piece. So. Uh-oh, Nick Chubb with a serious injury? That's terrible. Uh-oh. I feel bad for fantasy owners. Damn, him and Saquon, both of my guys. And I didn't pick either of those guys this year, or Jacobs. And like I said, when a guy has a really good year, sometimes he won't have a good year the next year, and you have to keep that in mind in fantasy too. The only I guess the only thing that could challenge that rule is like Justin Jefferson. I'm gonna pick him every year if I have the chance. So, but other than that, the running backs, you might be good one year, and they might get hurt or be bad the next year. So, yeah. Or if you don't have running back depth, I can always find someone on the wire. I can find a second string running back on a no name team and get 10 points. And if that's all I need, then I can find the research and I can find someone. So yeah, I'll be looking at a few positions myself too. Cleveland D with 13, baby. Let's go. Give me 20. Reflect. If you would have played all your players, you would have hit like 200 points, bro. You would have did what Shep did a couple times last year and whatnot when you get like 190, 200, or like 200 to 250. Like getting over 100 is like kind of the goal. You get over 150, you feel good. You get to fucking 180, 200, 250, you're like doing some god shit. Not JT in the building. What's good? Yeah, Sarah needs to swear more. She doesn't swear enough. Well, now obviously with Tubb, yeah. I mean, like I said, a lot of people aren't really believing him anymore. But if you don't have him and he's just sitting there on the wire and no one wants him, why not re-sign him? He's familiar with the playbook. You might as well. Holding. I mean, I love defense, but everyone's swearing in the building. They'll be looking at O-Dog with 161. They'd be like, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy and all his maneuvers on the wire. Fucking reading on the fantasy app for fucking 8 hours a day. But that's why it shows you the more you know about the league, the better that you're going to be. And the less you know about the league as a whole, it's going to be very difficult to compete with the heavy hitters. 2nd and 17. Even if I'm not going to get Kyron, but there's others that I can grab. And even if they're RB2s, like, it don't matter. Like, I can find an RB2 that can get me 10 to 12. And sometimes that's all you need. This is crazy. 6-6 and 11-7. What is this, baseball? Yeah. But I'll definitely scoop some guys that you guys want. I'm going to be very active. I'm going to be making moves on my roster. I mean, I can just sit pat, but I don't do that shit. I got at least, let me look at my roster. I got at least 2 moves or 3 moves I'm going to make. Jones with the short gain. What's for dinner tonight, not JT? What do we got going on for dinner? We got some steaks and mashed potatoes and asparagus. We got some vegetable. What do we got going on for dinner tonight? Carr going deep. Oh, one-handed grab. No one got him. That's a fumble. Oh, that would have been a fumble. No one touched him. Wow. He fucking spiked it when no one touched him. I think that was a fumble. Look at this. Left hand. Wow. Did he get touched? And then he gets up and he spikes it. It's a fumble. Wow. He's so lucky. Oxtails with rice and peas, spicy cabbage with the cocoa bread. Screen. Yeah, these teams are like running in mud. That's one of the best catches of the year, especially when the ball is rotating and you're tipping it to yourself as it's rotating. That was sick. Beat Ohio State University. That was dope. And oh boy, the chosen ones that I'm playing picked up Jamal Williams, probably thinking that he was going to throw up a 30 today. I knew it. I was like, once I have a feeling about a guy, it's like a divorce. It's like, nope. I was like, if you fuck me over, we're done. I'm breaking up. We're over. There isn't no second, third chances sometimes. Sometimes if I see something better, I'm like, yep, see you later, bro. Good luck. Good luck on another team, not mine. $100. Let's get to 2. 3rd down and 2. 6-6. Knotted up. Browns 11. Steelers 7. Joe knows for Paisley's vet bill. That's what's going to happen. I imagine once they do a weigh, maybe give her some antibiotics or some cream. I assume that the vet is going to be over $100. So, I mean, I can't even buy anything for myself, anyways. Yeah, Montgomery out for a couple weeks too, more than likely. So, yeah, it's all good. Just relax. Watch some football. Watch your shark movie later tonight or later this afternoon. You're in a different time zone, so later this morning or afternoon or whatever time it is there. Yeah, we got 2 football games. Just relax, hang out with us, watch some football. All right, we're about to get a tutty. It seems like. Burger joint, cheeseburger. Good hit with some bacon. 11:25. Yeah, you can watch a movie in the afternoon. Remember, it's always good to be able to watch these games because you never know, uh, in fantasy, like what one of these guys breaks out, or you might have someone in mind. That's why watching more games besides, just like the Seahawks and Ravens that you typically watch, it's going to not only make you smarter on the fantasy side, but you're going to understand what's going on in the league as a whole. Third down and one. Carr, hands off. First down, Saints. They're about to get their first tutty here. Uh-oh, fucking Steelers scored. 11-10, Cleveland. Oh, I don't want my fantasy numbers to go down. Pound the rock. There we go. First tutty finally. But also, too, Megan, you would have never been able to get those players unless you lost. If you would have, typically, well, actually, you won. But normally, you would have to lose in the first 2 weeks to get in higher in the pecking order. But in your case, you ended up beating Sarah and you were able to get some good pieces. But you weren't able to get Puka. You lost week one in that league because someone else would have got it from you in this league if he was there. But you got Tutu, though. So touchdown, Saints. There we go. Extra point is up, and it's good. 13-6 Saints. Yeah, sometimes you got to give guys time, but other times you just got to move on. You know what I mean? But you don't want to get rid of a guy that's a beast player that just had a bad game or two. Then if you do that, I'm going to scoop him up. I'm going to use him, and I'm going to use him to beat you in the future. So you got to make sure that you're careful that you're dropping guys and you're getting someone better, not a beast player that had bad games. You let him go because you're mad, and then all of a sudden I pick him up, and then I start scoring 25 points a week with that guy, and you're like, what the fuck did I do? You got to be careful like that too. Round Z still got me 13. Let's go. Yeah, but oh boy, that we're playing against. I mean, his bench 0-0-6-1-5-3-1-0. You can't have a bench like that thinking that you're going to be able to compete. 22, 19, 2, 5, 4, 4, 16, 5, 12. You're going to get rocked. And that's why old boy's 0 2. If you got to know football, you got to know, and you have to make moves appropriately, especially if you lost week one. You have to make sure you're hitting, on guys. But also, too, he's got Cooper Kupp just sitting there, right? And Eckler that got hurt. So that doesn't help either. Well, yeah, trading is cheating. So, people that trade in the league means that they're not confident enough drafting to be able to win a championship. That's ultimately what it means. But they feel that they can't draft and that the only way that they can catch up and make up for it is trade. That's why we don't do them here. It has to be pure skill. Nice job, Saints. All right, I'm going to go get my drink. All right, let me go get my drink here real quick. All right, I'm back. I thought we were getting touchdowns in this game. I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. What's going on? 11, 10, and 13-6. Why do we have baseball scores in these games? Yeah, but also too, you have to realize that it's the game plan of Sean McVay. If Sean McVay didn't decide to be able to get those guys the ball, nobody's talking about Tutu or Puka at all. It's like not only are they good, but you have to have opportunities. You actually have to have targets. So if Puka and Tutu are getting 4 targets a game, nobody's talking about them. No one cares. But since they're actually getting opportunities and they're taking advantage of those catches and those opportunities, that's what fantasy is. And sometimes you can be a low name guy and you turn yourself into a fantasy superstar. So, yeah, I'm telling you, man, I got you to be on my level, bro. Oh, slushy style Snapple is the best. Gotta have it in the freezer for about an hour. Well, he wouldn't be getting as many targets if Cooper Kupp was there, unless they're just going really pass heavy, but it's all about targets and opportunities. And then what you do with the opportunities when you get the targets. Yeah, because if fucking Cooper Kupp is playing, he's getting like 15 fucking looks a game, probably getting like 12 catches. So that means less for Tutu and less for Puka. You know, so if both of those guys are getting like 10 or 12 looks, then that's going to go down to probably like 6 or 7. So then they have to catch 5 out of 7 balls, and hopefully they get in the end zone to be relevant. And if they're not, then they're not a fantasy superstar anymore. So, how bad is the injury with Chubb? Is his leg broken? What happened? Anthony Ramirez, Raiders in the building. What's good? What's good, Anthony? 13-6 sites. Yeah, the only way that the Panthers are going to come back and win this game is if they get a fumble for a touchdown, a pick six, or a punt return or a kick return for a touchdown. Something that changes the momentum. 3rd down and 16. Well, false start on the O-line. Check down. Yeah. Unfortunately, Anthony Garoppolo is a downgraded car. O-line is not very good. Defense, not very good. Chandler Jones has a situation, with that Raiders organization. You got one good defensive player, Max Crosby on the defense. That's it. So it's really hard when you have one good defensive player that's playing. Normally Chandler Jones is playing, then you have 2. Right? You have one offensive lineman with Colton Miller, and then obviously, no more Darren Waller. Hunter Renfro is a non-factor. You got Jacobs, Devontae Adams, and then you had no Jacoby Myers last week or a couple days ago. So obviously, if you had Jacoby Myers out there, then maybe things would have went differently. So IR. So when someone gets hurt on your team, if they're going to be out for like a few weeks, then you can put them in that IR spot. And then obviously they just are still on your roster. And then once they get better, then or if you have an open spot, you can put a guy there, like I did with Jeff Wilson, and then he's going to be ready in like week 5. But again, I research every running back, every wide receiver, every tight end that's on IR, and if I see anyone that's worthy, then I scoop them. So, Michael in the building, what's good? Yeah. But with all that being said, the Raiders have been in every game they played. It's not like they've been, out of the game right from the very start in both. You know, just need to have better O linemen, better D linemen, better defense, better head coach, more weapons. I mean, there's some pieces on the Raiders that I actually really like. I love Max Crosby. I like Devontae. Renfro when he gets the ball is good. Jacoby Myers is amazing for you guys. He just needs to be healthy. That'll make up for the loss of Waller. Jacoby Myers is a guy that can get you 10, 15, 20 points in fantasy here and there. Shit, he was doing that for New England with Mac Jones. And Garoppolo is better than Mac Jones normally. Carr, bootleg. No. If they're questionable or doubtful, you just keep them on your roster. That's just telling you each week, are they questionable to play, doubtful to play, and then obviously if a guy is hurt, then he's going to be on IR. So, for example, if Nick Chubb goes to IR or Saquon Barkley or, those guys typically are just going to be like injured, not necessarily IR, injured reserve. So, injured reserve is like Aaron Rodgers. So, if you wanted to hang on to Aaron Rodgers hoping that he comes back, then you can keep him in that spot all year. But then if you have a guy on IR, you're not able to make as many moves because you have to get rid of that spot. So, yeah, I would assume that if you're 0-2, the team with the least amount of points gets the first spot. Pickens with a touchdown. Uh-oh, where's my fantasy points at? End of the third quarter, 13-6. Sights. But if you're a Saint fan, you don't feel good about this. You're like, the offensive line stinks, and if we play a Bucks or Atlanta, we might lose. That's what they're thinking. Oh, I don't have 160 points anymore. Motherfuck. My Cleveland D went down to what, 10? I was at 13. Son of a bitch. All right, hopefully that Cleveland D will still be above 10. Yeah, Waller is injury after injury, so you don't even need him anymore. Actually, Jacoby Myers is much better than Waller at this point, but you will have to draft a tight end at some point. So I do agree with that. He's missed a lot of time in the last 2 years. You need to have a good replacement at some point. But O-line, you got to be able to build that, O-line and D-line, and then work your way out. But there's just so many holes on the roster. But with that being said, if they could just get that offense flowing a little bit, they will be able to steal some games this year. 71-yarder, Pickett to Pickens. Was it a nice one? Oh, 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 I just saw the Nick Chubb injury. He's done. Oh no, that shit is broken. He tore an ACL, MCL, PCL, or broke his leg. It's done. Oh no, his leg went the wrong way and bent. Holy shit! I didn't know it was like that. Chubb's season is over, 100%. There's no way he's coming back from that. Oh, his leg went inside and bent the wrong way. Holy shit! I wouldn't play that on my worst enemies except for that motherfucker that tried to had the dog that had tried to attack Paisley. Maybe him. Motherfucker didn't even say sorry. Now I got to go to the vet and probably pay like $100. Son of a bitch. Oh, that Chubb injury was nasty. Holy shit. Oh, dislocated left knee. Tore as MCL, PCL, and LCL with cartilage damage in 2015. Now he injured the same knee. Maybe his career might be over at this point. Oh, there we go. Damn. That's a gruesome injury. That is terrible. That might be the worst one that I've seen in like 5 years. Damn. Started the fourth quarter. Holy shit. Well, make sure to watch that replay with your eyes half open because that is not, it's not good. All right, here we go. Fourth quarter. Yeah, there's no way he's coming back. There's no way he's coming back this season. That shit, like his leg either broke or he tore ligaments. 100%. That leg is not supposed to bend that way. I hate seeing that shit. I love me some Nick Chubb. And then obviously everyone was like, Nick Chubb, number one running back in like Madden and everything. And then he got the Madden curse, and then now boom, injured. Prayers up for Nick Chubb. Second down and 7, halfback toss. Taysom Hill, gain of about 4 or 5. And now with the Saints being ahead, they're going to pound the rock and bleed the clock out. That's going to be the strategy. Yeah, we'll find out for sure if it's both or one or the other. Hell, he might have tore his ACL, PCL, and MCL on that, or he broke his leg. I mean, it definitely does not look good. Third down and 2. Oh, golly. I mean, I've seen a lot of breaks, and a lot of bad ACL, MCL, PCL injuries. But like when Theismann broke his leg in the 80s, I was like, oh shit, Lawrence Taylor. And then that one was like, fuck, that's gonna haunt my dreams. That fucking hit. Oh, that shit made my knees hurt. And like, oh, ugh. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was like that. Golly. Thank you, Amber. Or maybe that was from before. Oh no, we got another one. Oh, maybe. Oh no, that was just the liking of the post. Okay, I was gonna say something came up on my phone. I thought it was another dono. Well, it doesn't help that Burrow and Chubb are not doing good for you. Normally, those are going to be two of the top 5 guys in their positions. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? After a sack lunch. Yum 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 yum. 'That, like I'm telling you, Dennis Allen and company, you guys need to figure shit out. Like some guys are coordinators, and not head coaches, and then you got some guys calling plays that shouldn't be calling plays. Wow. Now, best case scenario for the Panthers, you get a touchdown and go into overtime, and then try to win with a field goal in overtime. Wayno is nice. 7 scoreless. Wow. The defense looks great for Carolina. Like seriously. I mean, you already know with but also too, the Saints defense is amazing. So you can't expect Bryce Young to throw for 2 or 3 tutties. Like hell, you could have CJ Stroud, Richardson, you could have anybody, and you're probably not really getting a whole lot. Like any team going against that Saints defense this year is not going to do a whole lot. What have they given up this year? Like 1 touchdown? So what's the stats on that, Elliott? 1 touchdown and all field goals, right? So we're about 8 quarters in, and they've given up 1 touchdown and all field goals. That's crazy. Yellowstone, good show. And then after this game is over, I'll probably do the rest of the other game. I mean, it's only going to be probably another like 30 minutes or 45 minutes after. So, if you guys want to hang out, I'll end up doing the end of that one. I don't got anything else to do today. I'll do reaction videos tomorrow or later tonight. So, I mean, I already did 4 of them today. So, 7 yesterday. And then the reaction videos for tomorrow are going to be these 2 games: Browns, Steelers, Saints, Panthers, either tonight or tomorrow morning. I got to go to the vet though for Paisley. And then Giants and Cardinals, and then Commanders and Broncos. That's it. 7 field goals. Wow. Unbelievable. Falcons and Jags. That's going to be a good one in London, too. Seriously, everyone is saying it. Like, you don't even have to be a Saint fan. Why the hell are you doing that play call on, when I get it, Jamal, whatever, but you guys need AK-41 and just pound the rock. But again, the coaching and the play calling is very suspect. Like if it's 3rd and 2 and 3rd and 1, run the damn ball. Do at least a QB sneak or something. Idiots. Like they're almost asking to lose this game. You're like waiting for the Panthers to like make a play, have a Saint player miss a tackle, and then they get a cheap touchdown. But at this point, if you're the Panthers, all you're trying to do is get one touchdown pass or run, and then get to overtime, and then see if you can end up winning with a field goal in OT. First down, Panthers. Exactly. But I mean, if it's 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1, run the ball. Right? If you're not going to run the ball, QB sneak it. And if you're not going to do that, then go to like a screen or something like that. But just doing like a regular play like it's 3rd and 10 is stupid. Now they got Andy Dalton in. Why the hell is Andy Dalton in? On 3rd and 1? What kind of trick play do we got going here? Is it a QB sneak with Dalton? The fuck is this? Flip? Oh, nice block. First down, Panthers. That was a good play call. Carr doesn't like to sneak. Well, if you're going to want to win games, you're going to have to. Otherwise, you're going to be turning the ball over too much. They were like, oh, is Dalton going to sneak it? That was a good head games play call right there by Carolina. North Carolina. Okay. Yeah. I mean, everyone that does the sneak if they've gotten hurt. That's why you don't see Mahomes running it anymore either. Some guys are built for it. It also depends on how good your line is, and you can run the Eagles play where they push you forward, Jameis would, but no, the thing is, if Jameis would sneak it, he would get the first down because he's got a long enough body, he would get the first down. You know what? You know what's crazy? Obviously, me, having Jameis on the Bucks and whatnot. Why not put him in at some point this season? He's not injured right now, is he? What's Jameis' situation right now? Is he injured right now, or is he dressed? Is he dressed on the sideline? Put him in. Hell, Jameis can do more than fucking Carr at this point. I mean, if Carr's been struggling this whole time, throw Jameis in for a couple plays. You might be able to go deep and get a big touchdown for you. I mean, yeah, he's also prone to picks, but sometimes you need a spark, Put Jameis in. If it was me and I was coaching, I would put him in for a play or two. But you're up 13-6, you don't really need to, but it's like when you put in Taysom Hill. High snap, run, go! First down, Panthers. They're like, we're about to score. Okay. All right, Megan, appreciate you. Sometimes you just have to know your personnel. There we go, Bryce. That was a fantastic run. Good vision, and he didn't go down too early. He made the first initial juke, right? That juke, and then kept going. That was a great run. All right, timeout. Okay, baby. 13-6. Some of these matchups are going to be like this. Obviously, it would be a bigger win for Carolina than the Saints, but if the Saints want to be able to keep up with the Bucks and the Falcons, this game you cannot lose. You have to win this game. But the inexperience, with Bryce Young and not having a complete team, we'll see if they can find a way to will themselves, to an OT and possibly a field goal for the win, or if he'll be a rookie and make that rookie mistake. We'll find out here soon. But the momentum has shifted, and it feels like they're going to get a field goal or better on this drive. Even though the Saints defense is very stingy. Not cringy, but stingy. Bryce? That's a big problem right there. Hayden should be targeted a hell of a lot more, and that's bad play calling on Carolina's part. HH, and we ain't talking Hulk Hogan, and we ain't talking Hunter Henry. Hayden Hurst is a guy that you got to get the ball. Yeah, it would be a big win for the Panthers, and obviously a big loss for the Saints. 2nd down and 7. I love NFC South games. I don't even give a shit when they're low scoring like this. Young. Oh, PI. PI. Oh. Oh. Here's that momentum. Sometimes getting that PI was a little bit of a push off himself too, though. They're both holding each other, and then a push off there. Adebo. Adebo is the reason the Saints may lose this game. 2 bad penalties. Paulson Adebo to the wire. Paulson Adebo, free agent. Paulson Adebo, homeless. Uh-oh. Panthers. The momentum. Uncle Mo is in the building. He's in Carolina. And if you are going to go someone for the touchdown, you go to Hayden Hurst. That's who you go to. That's your security blanket. That was the guy that got the tutty last week, right? You haven't involved him in the game plan, whether you do a double tight end set or whatever you do. But if it's me and I'm running these play calls, that's who I go for this tutty. Let's see if I'm right. But again, I don't know. I'm not in the Panthers locker room. Uncle Mo about to have a fucking barbecue. Because I feel if you go to one of the wide receivers, they're not going to catch it. But if you run it with Bryce or throw it to Hurst, something good could happen. Nothing. That was stupid. You're doing the predictable on 2nd down and 4, you dummies. You should have went to Hayden Hurst there. Or at least run it with Bryce. Sanders ain't getting the TD. I know you want it really desperately, but it ain't happening. You got to be able to utilize your weapons and go to your guys, that that are going to catch the ball. Thielen is, underutilized. But if you get Hayden Hurst one-on-one with a linebacker, I'm telling you, Hayden Hurst at the bottom of the screen with the trips left. Crossing route. Run! Oh, good defense for the Saints. Demario Davis, a.k.a. the glue. Great defense by the leader. Great defense by the leader. Should have went to Hayden Hurst. But running that crossing route was stupid. You should have ran a fade route right there. Go right, not left, idiot. So obviously they don't know how to play, make a good play call there. You should have went one-on-one and did a fade route with Hurst. Well, they're going to get a field goal here. Eddie. Kick is up. And it's good. Wayno. Damn, no timetable for Eckler. Chubb, obviously injured, out for the year. Saquon out. David Montgomery, everyone's just getting injured. That's tough. Like the 1 year that I decide not to go running back heavy, then it doesn't hurt me, but it hurts everybody else. I feel bad for you guys. But I did get involved because Montgomery got hurt. So I guess it did involve me too. One of my 3 running backs. Now I just got Stevenson and Rashad White. That's all I have. But hell, if I can still score 150, 160 with those 2 guys, things are going good. Ugh. It is a long season. It's crazy how many injuries that we're having. Yeah, 13-9. Now you just got to hope the Panthers don't make that big defensive play. Because I'm not really sure. I mean, who deserves to win the game? I mean, you guys are both, right there. But if it was me, I would have went to Hayden Hurst on that play. And if I'm the Saints, I got to be able to utilize a piece that hasn't been utilized, like Juwan Johnson. Like, why are you not going to him? And if it's 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, run the goddamn ball. I mean, simple, simple, simple. Well, if you got better head coach, better O-line, better weapons at receiver and tight end, better defense, things, you got to think it's the first pick in the draft. You can't expect them, to be a great team. The Texans and Panthers are going to be bad for a few years. I mean, even the Colts supporting cast is better than those 2 teams, but you just got to wait your turn. Like, I like some of the pieces that you got, but you just need more. But one of the first things that I would do is I would fire the head coach and get someone better. And hell, you might actually want to do that for the Saints as well. You got to get someone better than Dennis Allen or have him be the coordinator because you need someone that has better leadership skills. And sometimes you can be a good coordinator, play caller, but not a leader. Screen. Team speed for both of these defenses is good. It shows you how important AK-41 is, but not only that, a good offensive line. When you guys have had the good offensive line with Breeze and AK-41, everything was peaches and cream. Now you're starting to see these issues that are popping up. But I would have plugged in Jameis a few plays to give you guys a spark. That would have been me personally. Carr, he's open. That might have sealed the game right there. First down, Saints. At some point, Shaheed was going to get something. Look at that double move. See you later. Jackson lost his lunch. Shaheed is underrated. He's got good speed, good hands. It's about time they went deep to him. They did it last week. Yeah, I believe week 4. Great throw by Carr. Taysom. There we go. Uh-oh, this game is about over now. Now the momentum has shifted. Now Uncle Mo got off the couch. He took his shirt off, put it back on. Now he's in Nolans. He needs some gumbo. This one is a wrap. This one is a wrap. you got to have a miracle now to be able to come back like a fumble or a pick. Otherwise, if you don't get it, it's done. Now let's see if this creative play calling will come to fruition. Go back to Shaheed. Go back to Rashid. Olave. Blockers. Oh, there it is. It's over. Touchdown. Saints. Is there a flag, though? When your boy knows it's over, it's over. And you can feel it after that Rashid Shaheed catch, it was done. Then you have the Taysom Hill play, done. Momentum. Uncle Mo, he took off his shirt. He's eating gumbo out of his belly button. It is over. Pull boys for everyone. Is he out of bounds? Well, even if he's out of bounds, they're going to score on this drive. Damn. Should have went to Rashid Shaheed. He wouldn't have stepped out of bounds. You know, you just have to be able to be creative with your play calls and execute. You just can't be so goddamn vanilla. Run, pass. Run, play action. Run. Third down and 2 pass. Idiot. Like, you know what I mean? Use your weapons. Ah, golly, Olave. You went to Ohio State and you can't even stay in fucking bounds? Jesus Christ. Bench his ass. No one was even near him. Second down and 1. Run the ball. Even if it's with Taysom, fuck it. Run the ball. Not only does this bleed the clock, but you know they're going to get in. The Panthers are deflated now. They know it's over. They don't even feel that they can get a fumble or a pick. And when you have that desperation in your eyes, and you pound the rock again, that's what you do. And eventually, the Panthers in a couple years they'll get better. You know, but when you're the number 1 pick team like the Jaguars were, remember how bad Trevor Lawrence was in the first couple years, and they were saying, "Oh, maybe he's a bust." No, Urban Meyer was the bust. Okay, you got Dougie P in there, and that's what you're going to need. Maybe a coaching change. Pound the rock. Jamal Williams fantasy owners are crying, and I'm playing against one. I dropped him. He picked him up thinking he was going to get 25 points out of Jamal Williams. I said, nope. It's like the Panther D is the most, feared, since they're obviously a team that's rebuilding. But Jamal Williams, 2.9 points. My Cleveland D is still at 10. Good. I need a pick 6 out of that ground D on fantasy. Well, this one is done. Extra point is up. It was ugly as shit, just like week 1. Hey, you know what I mean? But the thing is if you would have ran that with Jamal, he wouldn't have got in. That's sad to say. I mean, he was really good on the goal line for Detroit, but Detroit's O line was good. It was one of the best in the NFL last year, right? Penei Sewell, Ragnow. I mean, you had some of those guys up front. So, well, it's been ugly for these first 2 wins, Amber, right? But at the end of the day, a dub is a dub. But one thing though is that when you end up playing the Falcons and Bucks, it's going to be hard this year. It's not going to be like easy where you just slap the shit out of us and then we just give up. Like you slap the shit out of us, we're going to slap back. So we'll see what happens. We might split. We might split with y'all. Same thing with the Falcons. They might split with y'all too. Hell, the way the Bucks and the Falcons are playing, hell, we might beat you guys 2 times. Falcons may beat you guys twice too. I mean, I'm not going to say that, but the way that we've been playing the first 2 weeks, our teams look a little bit better. But again, at the end of the day, a dub is a dub. P1 Kev, 1 game. Well, if we can help you end up getting better talent, like Marvin Harrison Jr. or something, that could really help out Bryce Young. That could help out the Colts too. Who's got Tony Jones in fantasy? Nobody, literally. But again, I had this, bad feeling about Jamal when I picked him up in fantasy in the draft. I thought, okay, I'm going to pick him up for depth, and I might try him out before AK comes. I tried him in week 1 because I had Ramondre Stevenson. I had the injury, the flu, and the guys had different time. And he had like 20 carries for 60 yards. I was like, nope. I was like, I already saw enough what I need to see. He's ass. I was like, you're not going to, I like you in the anime and shit, but you ain't good. But obviously, the Saints O-line struggles are a part of that too. Because if the Saints O-line was good, Jamal would be good. But the Saints O-line is not good, so Jamal's bad. So Tony Jones doesn't even have Tony Jones don't even have Tony Jones in fantasy for real though. For real though. Oh, I'm up by 60. Is that good in fantasy? Well, it looks like Reflect is going to win. Jerry won. Seahawks Talk won. And Chief won. Nice. Well, I know he was shitty. He was good, and then he was shitty, and then he started winning some games late. Good for him. But in all honesty, if the Saints O line wasn't struggling, the Saints would have put up like 40 points tonight, like 30 to 40. But it is what it is. And then the Panthers, you're rebuilding. Remember, you got the first pick in the draft, right? Things aren't going to be easy. It's going to take some time. And the first thing that I would do is fire Frank Reich. That's what I would do after this season. You got to find somebody that's better. There you go, Elliot. Yeah, not Jamal though. I'm going against Jamal. He's probably just like he's got Rashid Shaheed though, and so Rashid got 10 for him. Yeah, but when you got a 2, a 5, a 4, and a 5, you know, yeah, if you're playing against one of the goats, yeah, you probably ain't gonna get that dub. 16-14 Steelers at halftime. Michael with a 20. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. $20 dono. What do you want to see for photos? I got you, brother. What Saints players do you want? Bryce? That was ugly. That looked like a high school throw. What the fuck was that? Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $20 holla. Appreciate you, brother. Brother. Bang, bang. Much appreciated for Michael. Thank you. And I want to say this right now. The first pick in the draft for the Carolina Panthers would have been a risky one, but you should have picked Anthony Richardson, number 1 overall. Because you still probably would have lost this game, but you would get more out of your offense with Richardson than with Bryce or with CJ. Bryce and CJ may not pan out unless you have proper coaching and supporting cast. Richardson, doesn't need as much, and he can help. But if he gets a supporting cast, his numbers are going to be better because he's a threat with running the ball. Bryce and CJ are not a threat running the ball at all. But it would have been a very, very calculated risk to go for a guy like Richardson. But he's a good, on the field, off the field. He passed all the tests. But if you're looking at what you're looking at now, Richardson is leaps and bounds ahead of Bryce and CJ. All right, reflect. 120. Let's get to 2. Michael, let me know what you want to see for Saints photos, unless you left already. Otherwise, I'll just throw up some Colston, Drew Brees, and some OGs for you. Yes, thank you so much for the down. Second down and 8. Shotgun set for Bryce. And another reason why that they lost this game, you didn't go to Hayden Hurst. How are you going to go to Hayden Hurst in game 1 and then he disappears in game 2? Get your guys that can catch the goddamn ball. If you don't want to get Thielen the ball because he's old as shit, fine. Hayden Hurst still got some game left. You didn't give Hayden Hurst a 3-year deal for nothing, dummies. All right, I'm gonna throw up some photos. Okay. Oh boy said Brandon Whedon. Holy shit, we haven't heard that name in fucking how long? All right. He says I want some Brandon Whedon, Oklahoma State quarterback from back in the day. Holy shit, I haven't heard that name in such a long time. I love it though. He said Brandon Whedon. Holy shit. I love throwback names. Throwback names are it's just cool because you forget about guys. They might have only had a little bit of success, maybe in college, a little bit of success in the NFL, like a couple games here and there. But mad props for coming up with the OG name. I'll give you a college and a pro one. Brandon Whedon. Golly, what a fucking name drop, brother. I love it. I don't know who the hell that was still. Here's an OG, one of the most underrated wide receivers of all time. One of my favorites. I might be a Buck fan. I always enjoyed watching him play, even more than Joe Horn. I thought he had more swag, and I liked watching him more. And Joe Horn had the whole cell phone thing. Horn got in the end zone, but I think Colston sometimes is better. Joe Horn got the popularity. Colston didn't get the love, but he should have. True Saint fans and NFC South fans love Colston, even if you're not a Saint fan. Facts. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, wasn't he like 28 years old in college or something like that? Like he was just old as shit at that point, like 26 to 28 years old. Led Oklahoma State past Andrew Luck at Stanford. I remember that. I love Colston. I mean, I might be a Buck fan, but I always periodically with Saint fans, I'll throw that up. I feel like I appreciate him just as much as the Saint fans, and that's why the Saints fans kind of fuck with me. Like I know the guys that were good on the roster, or even going back, back when I was a kid, was like Dalton Hilliard at running back. At one point, he was a top 3 running back in the NFL. But unless you're like an OG, you don't even know who the fuck that is. Facts. Second down and 1, 20-9, Saints. Young, where the hell is Hayden Hurst? Get him the damn ball. Know your personnel. Shotgun set. Young, Why would you go out of bounds right there? If you would have turned in, you could have scored. I am so confused. What the hell are the Panthers doing? It's not like there's 5 seconds left in the game. There's a minute 21. He's like, fuck it, touchdown, never mind. I'll just let someone else score. The fuck? The fuck was that? Another one for you. Oh, Super Bowl photo. Even better. First and goal. Touchdown, Adam Thielen. Wow. Chief in the building. What's good, brother? Yeah, definitely this game is much closer than it should be. How are you, Chief? Congrats on your fantasy win. And what's this? That dude, I saw that the replay. I saw it on Twitter or X. Holy shit! He looked like he broke his leg and tore all 3 ligaments. Terrible. All right, 2-point conversion. Wow, look at that. As terrible as some of the football has been, for the Panthers are only down 3. Unbelievable. That's for Michael. Appreciate you, Colston. Super Bowl Colston, and another one. I've never shown that one before. Let's go. All right, Saints. Time to win the game, and at least you're getting some effort out of the Panthers. I'm doing okay. How are you, brother? I mean, besides, I got to take Paisley to the vet tomorrow because some motherfucker had a dog off leash and charged Paisley. And when I pulled her harness, she scraped herself on the pavement, and I picked her up, and she got a little blood on her leg and on her underbelly. So, not too happy about that. And then the motherfucker didn't even say sorry. So that's always great. Onside kick recovered by the Saints. But I'm not going to be one of those people that's like petty that, does something in like revenge, and stuff. And then it's just not good karma, but I don't forget. I don't forget at all. Donate to O-Dog's vet bill tomorrow. I imagine it's going to be over 100. But I don't know if she's going to need antibiotics or some cream or something. But she's a tough girl. I mean, when that shit happened, it was like 10 minutes into our 45-minute walk, and I didn't even know she was bleeding. So definitely hurt me as a dog dad, like seeing like your baby, have any kind of injury. Uh-oh. Taysom Hill, smart football play. Yeah, what if they got that onside? They probably would have got the field goal to end up going to OT. Yeah, I hope she does too. Her undercarriage under her belly, it's already kind of pink and there's no hair there. So obviously she's a girl, so she's got like the dog nips or whatever, and everything. And so it's like a little bit underneath there, and it's a little irritated on near one of her legs and everything. So that didn't bleed, but it got red and irritated. But then on her paw, it looks like like a branding, like a letter M, like the size of a dime, where the hair got removed and whatnot. So pissed me off, man. Cooper with a dono. Appreciate you. Ooh, I see that. $5 holla. Lance Moore and Jeremy Chalky. Those are good ones. They get these donos at 200. Let them know. I do like the profile pic. Appreciate you so much, brother. I'll get you some Lance Moore and some Chalky. Well, the biggest fan base that supports this channel is the Saints fans, so that makes me proud. $5 holla. Them and the Chiefs fans. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. 125.75 to go. And then we'll go to the other game, and then I'm not going to end the stream. I'll go and do the other one. Damn, Packers, Bucks, Patriots, Texans, Jaguars. So I see like 2 wins for sure, but 3 that will be close. All right, let me get some photos up here, and we'll go to the other game. Chief says, "I'll match." Thank you. All right, let me flip the background and everything. All right, now it's 2-1-0. Final score: Saints 20, Panthers 17. Now let's go to the other game. All right. First, we got a time travel. You know, we already know aliens exist, so maybe your boy's an alien. Maybe I am. I mean, I got ESP. My mom's got it too, so maybe I'm not from here. And you know, the crazy thing is that they said that the aliens originated from Orion. Just throwing that out there. All right, let's get to here. All right, let's go to the other game now. All right, hold up. There it is. Hold up. All right, hold up. I tried to put the game on. They were being stupid. I clicked on the Browns and Steelers, and then it went back to the other one. What the fuck are you doing? Technology. All right, Mariners are up 1-0. Well, we better. We got fucking swept by the Dodgers. We look like shit this month. We might not be able to do shit in the playoffs. We are terrible in September. All right, here we go. All right. All right, 16-14. We get a double hitter. And I look at that in a matter of just 5 seconds. Scoreboard change, background change. We're in Pittsburgh, just like that. First down, Steelers. All right, let me get some O-line need to be working at Walmart. Yeah, I agree. Let's go over some photos here. Got to get Michael some good ones. Najee with no offensive line, terrible. What up, Lance? Lulu. the last time that anyone has actually seen a picture of fucking Lance Moore. Pretty dope. Good selection. Or Brandon Whedon. I got Lance Moore with the mic drop here. I appreciate you, man. Let's go. Mic drop. Flying to Pittsburgh, baby. I did. I did see it. It's the same leg that he fucked up in the years past. So I appreciate you. We appreciate you very, very much, man. Chief with a fiver. Let me get some Jeremy Shockey up here too. Hold on. Jeremy Shockey was the X factor. I already knew that was going to be the reason you guys won that Super Bowl. I was always a fan of Jeremy Shockey. Loved him in college. I love that fucking passion and that energy. Like I'll fight anyone. I'll get you Chief. Chief, you let me know what you want. (1914) Steelers. All right, Boswell. These are too distorted. I need to get something better. I know Shockey's old and whatnot, but I can't have no blurry shit. Those last couple ones were not formatting. Come on, Jeremy Shockey. I know you old as shit, but let's get a photo of you that actually looks halfway decent. Huh? What do you say? There we go. This one will be. Sometimes they're good, and then you format them, and then they turn out like low resolution. So it's supposed to be like high resolution, and then you pull it up, and it looks like dog shit. There we go. At least that one's decent. If I can get at least one other one that's got good resolution. I need long-haired Shockey though. There we go. All right, I see you. All right, Chief, what do you want, brother? I gotta delete all these other photos. Hold up. And I gotta get the spinning logos for the teams that are playing. Chief with a fiver. Appreciate you, brother. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Let's go to the Paisley Veterinary Bill Fund, which I'm going tomorrow. All right, Finley. All good, brother. I'll throw up a Henderson up for you too. I mean, anyone that's willing to donate, 5, 10, 15, 20, or above, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take care of you. I like looking at these photos too. I like history. I got some good ones of him too. I didn't know that you were gonna bring that up, but I got you. Appreciate you, Chief Chief. Ooh, look at that one. Uh-oh. Go, go, go. Down the sideline. Touchdown, Browns. Wow. That was an incredible run. 70-yarder. There's another one. Appreciate you, brother. 130, 70 to go. All right, first and goal. Handoff. Oh, he got plastered. I should have just gave him the fucking tutty. All right, Megan, take it easy. Appreciate you. Browns fans want Baker Mayfield back, but he wouldn't play good for them. Baker's new vibe in Tampa, it's different. Touchdown, Browns. Pierre Strong Jr. There was swear words coming out. That's why they had to mute the TV. Like Cleveland D still at 10, though. That's good. Still waiting on that pick six. That big play. I got to get the Steelers and Browns spinning logo here real quick. All right, 2-point conversion. Run! There we go. 2-point conversion's good. I'm looking. Well, the Browns don't have anything cool. There it is. I was say, where is the spinning logo? I had to find one that says Cleveland Browns with the helmet. That'll do. All right, here we go. It was very cool to see some of those throwback Saints players and whatnot. Hell, Brandon Whedon, man, that's cool. Throwback. All right, here we go. All right, Cleveland Browns. Now I got to get the Steeler one. The hell's the Steelers? Steelers don't have one? Cleveland Browns. Megan with a 50. Thank you. I appreciate you. Very, 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 very dollar dodo. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. What do you want to see before you go? You got anything specific? I got you. $50 dono by the legend Aussie 12. I appreciate you. And prayers up for your mom. And I hope everything ends up being okay. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, $50 holla. Appreciate you. You got some Seahawk players. You want some Pete Carroll? What would you like? Some Jay-Z before you go? Or or did you just leave already? I know you're probably still in the room, or maybe you did leave. Usually hang around for a second. Thank you so much. We appreciate you tremendously. 2219 bronze. Sure, no, I got you. It's not corny. It's whatever you like. You want some Funko Pops on the screen? Don't matter. Whatever makes you feel good. That's really what it comes down to. Try to find some original stuff for you too. I appreciate you. And you got to think too, like a lot of times if someone is, going through some stuff or they're not having the best day, a lot of times those people aren't going to donate, but you do the opposite. You just still try to be able to be encouraging and show love even when you might not be in the best spot at the moment. Look at that. That's a special one I have for you. That's a cool one. I've never shown that one before. I know you like that one. You're like, ooh, I like me liking. All the Funkos. The fuck is going on here? ESPN. Hold on. Now we got an injury. Yeah, and if you're a collector, you get it. You know, everyone's got their thing. I'm more of a starting lineup McFarlane kind of guy, but I respect the people that do the Funko because there's so many options for chase figures and the rare figures, the different colors, the different variations, and that's kind of how McFarlane's were with like the athletes with the basketball, baseball, football, hockey. They got the sports deal after starting lineup lost it. You know, from 1988 until 2000 starting lineup had all the rights. And then after that, then McFarlane ended up buying it. Todd McFarlane, who does the Spawn comics, and he was the one that got the basketball rights, baseball, football, NASCAR, and went that route. Yeah, and they're up here in the Pacific Northwest here in Washington too. So yeah, I haven't watched the actual movies in a minute, but I love Shark Week and I watch it every year and I've watched it for like 20, 25 years. And like when it comes on, like you can't really talk to me. Like, I watch literally everything that's on there, no matter what. It's like, okay, if it's on, yeah, I'm watching. But whenever if you have a favorite of something, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, hell, sometimes I'll watch old cartoons, or I'll watch like a regular show, and I've watched that cartoon from season one to the end, all the way through like four times. Just because it's like I think you get comfort sometimes when you end up, even if you know what happens, you just get comfort of watching the things that you like Simpsons or King of the Hill or regular show or whatever it may be. In your case, Jaws. So that's what makes all of us unique and different. Like right now, I'm watching Grimm, and I'm watching it from season one, episode one, and it's awesome. Filmed here in Oregon, and they talk about places that I've been to, like Helvetia Bar and shit. It's just crazy. That's cool too, because if you dig deep, you can find stuff from like the movie, like you can find outtakes and like prop shots and stuff, and you can get cool stuff like this. Man, so cool. Cool camera shot. Like some stuff on the internet you're not going to see in the movie. So see, it's all about just finding those connections. I figured that you would say something after I put that in. You're like, oh, he did it again. You know, 22-19 Cleveland. Sometimes it's just about being able to connect with someone else. It doesn't have to be a husband or a wife or a girlfriend or a boyfriend or even someone that is in front of you or in your hometown location. Sometimes it's just being able to have that connection of like similar stuff and being able to vibe because that's what we kind of go for, right? It's connection. That's what we look for. I mean, a lot of times we're looking for love, but we're also looking for connection with other people, right? genuine connection, not fake connection, but genuine, you know? Oh, I did not know that. I did not know he was a boxer. 22-19, bronze. Something happened with the Mariners. I don't know what, but something did. Elijah Moore with the short run. Mariners 3-0. What happened? My buddy Justin just said Cabby, Cabby with a bunch of exclamation points. Now I have to look. Cabanero. Okay, that's what he's saying. I was like, Cabby? I was like, he must have hit a 2-run homer. Go, Watson, go. He was running just like he was running into the massage parlor. It's funny how we have those connections sometimes, you know, when you actually see someone and it reminds us of somebody special. So, for sure. All right, one more. I got a different one. Cooper with the short catch. You know, but like I said, I like being able to, you know, put up the different things that people like. It makes me feel good because I know I'm helping, you know. Like I said, obviously people are supporting me in the dream and all the hard work that I'm putting in. But if I can do something in return for you showing love to the channel, and if it's, you know, being able to see things that you love, then that's gonna make me feel better. So Inotech, my boy, who dat? Who dat gonna beat them Saints? Offensive line and some shit, right? But you guys are 2-0. But the scary thing is the Falcons and Buccaneers are better than the Saints. So we'll see what happens, at least today. The Saints are 2-0, but that offensive line is some shit, right? But hopefully it gets better for you guys. I want you guys to do well. I want you guys to make the playoffs. You're not going to hear another Buccaneer fan say that on planet Earth, so remember that. I want you guys there. So, and not necessarily I want you there so I can beat you, because that's what most people would say. No, I just want you to go and I want you to have success. You know, I like watching you guys. So you got injury update? Well, fuck, it's like everyone on everyone's fantasy team. Watson going long, going deep. And complete should have been picked. Idiot. Shaq Thompson, injured ankle. Denzel Ward, medical personnel. Greg Newsome, Jesus Christ. Minka's out with a chest injury. Everyone is dislocated knee. Nick Chubb will be back, though. He ain't going to retire that way. Golly. Saquon out for 3 weeks. David Montgomery out for a couple of weeks, more than likely. Like, everyone is just getting hurt. I mean, that's what fantasy football, sometimes it's a little bit of luck, you know, but like you cannot predict who's going to have injuries and if they're going to be season ending or temporary. Like the people that have David Montgomery and Saquon are like, you know, it doesn't feel good, but, you know, there's others that are going through more shit like Nick Chubb. You know what, Sarah? Even if you end up going 0-2, right? and you rebuild the roster, or if I try to like with Zay Jones, I don't even know why he got a 0. Like they didn't even give him the goddamn ball because the Jags and Chiefs are in a bad situation. I wouldn't necessarily drop him, but having a 0 is worth dropping, And then fucking Sanders should have had more points than he had. But if you rebuild the roster, right, I still think that you could make the playoffs. You know what I mean? It's just the team isn't as good as last year's team. But sometimes you just have to be able to remanufacture the best version of the car that you have. Put some wheels on it, put a system in, put a sub and an amp, some tweeters. Maybe change the lights. You got to just you got to tweak it. So 180, 20 to go. Who dat? That's just crazy with the injuries, though. Oh, big stiff arm. $22.19. I like that collage. Super dope. 3rd and 25. Deshaun Watson. A little check down. Look at the Browns running backs. Every Browns running back, whether it was Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, or any of the other guys that were 3rd or 4th string, they always have athletic bodies. Like every time, just like the Steelers are always known for having good wide receivers. It's like the running backs for the Browns are always like Peyton Hillis. So like you can keep going back. Like they've always had some guys that were at least pretty good. Broncos have inherited Saints problems. O line. Oh my. Yeah. And maybe if he would have got signed to another team, it wouldn't work out. But if they re-sign him, maybe it could be a jolt in his career where he can like actually get paid and like be appreciated. But it seems like everyone just gave up on him. But if you give him like 20 looks a game, he ain't gonna be Nick Chubb, but he definitely won't be the worst running back in the league. So I just don't understand why is that he has a bad attitude. Do they really think his skills have diminished that much? I get it, it's the NFL, but running backs get hurt every 5 minutes, so why not? You know? And obviously you can negotiate with money because no one else picked him up, you know. So a tiki talk, you said. And I got to get you an animation one since we talk animation. Let me give this animation one. So we had the collage here first, and let me give you the animation real quick for your dono. Look at this one. This one's cool. This is the coolest one, but little handoff to Najee. Can he get more than 3 yards? There he is. There he is. First down. Steelers. I like that. Like I said, I like cartoons and artwork. Like I said, I'm just a big little kid inside. I'm a grown-up adult, but I got that time period where you're like 7 to 12 years old and literally everything is cool. Everything is cool. But also too, I grew up in a time where everything was fucking cool. Like fucking Transformers and Ninja Turtles and G.I. Joes and fucking Saved by the Bell. And I mean, it was pretty awesome. X-Men, Batman. Look at Najee go. He's like, I'll show you, dog. I'm not going to let Megan drop me in fantasy. I'm going to get some yards. I'll just be on her bench. Yeah, Leonard Fournette is still floating around too. I mean, those two guys, I would assume, why not give them I mean, you really think that they're done? Like, even if they can't play well, they could still get 50 yards, right? A catch, or if they don't get any receptions opportunities, what, 50 to 75 yards every 3 games or something? I don't think that's that's not good, but I mean, unless the line was really good. And if the offensive line was good, then I would say, yeah, Chubb and Fournette could still get 100 yards. I don't know. Sometimes a guy is just like, he doesn't get hired, but that doesn't mean he's done. Like if someone like fired me, it's like, what am I going to do? Just give up? Yeah, but I wonder, do you think both of them will be signed before the year's over? Shit, bring Leonard Fournette back to the Bucks cheap. We'll take him. 1-2 punch with fucking Rachaad White. Why the fuck not? Bring the boys back. Bring all the homies back together. Little end around. Not going anywhere. Browns defense, baby. Notre Dame. 10 points. That's crazy. Cleveland's got 10 points in fantasy, and they've given up this many. That shows you, they've given up 19, and they're still at 10, so they're putting in work. They've only given up 13 points allowed, so that's why. It's not the 19 because that happened on the defense. Thank God. Pittsburgh got the pick 6. So essentially, I'm only getting dinged because I've given up 13, not 19. Get him! Oh, pick that off. Oh, yeah, because I did reaction videos, and they told me that they were going to win the AFC North, and I said that maybe the Bengals will again. I didn't know Joe Burrow was going to get hurt, or I didn't know that was going to happen. I just figured the Bengals would be a 10-13 win team this year, right? But you can't predict injuries. And I said, no, we're gonna go all the way. Super Bowl, Kenny Pickett. And then you get fucking destroyed by the Niners, which is one of the best teams in football. That'll give you a reality check and a slap in the mouth real quick. And now you're going against the team that give up the least amount of yards and points to the Browns. Like, that's the toughest schedule, period. The 2 toughest defenses back to back. The only thing would have been worse is if you play the Cowboys next. Then you go 0-3. Well, now with Nick Chubb out, it's Baltimore. But with before, you could argue that Cleveland offense with the weapons they have. I mean, I'm not a big Deshaun Watson guy, but I mean, the Browns, it feels different this year. Bengals are hurt. Steelers are some shit. They got injuries and their line stinks, right? So then you are left with the Browns with a really good defensive performance, but sometimes shaky on O, right? Or the Ravens, who we know they can score on the O, but they got no J.K. Dobbins. But I mean, when do they not? He gets hurt every year, so that's why I never pick him in fantasy. And then you got Gus the Bus Edwards, Justice Hill, right? So you got other guys that aren't big names, but they can still put up 100 yards. So. And then Mark Andrews in fantasy, my boy. So if Mark Andrews is playing, and then they got OBJ, so it's like you just need the defense to play with intensity, like when they had Ray Lewis and Ed Reed. And honestly, if you just play like Raven football, you should be able to win 10, 11 games. So, but the Browns feel like if they can keep winning, like the Browns feel like they could be a 10-win team this year. Who would have thought? So that's why sometimes worst to first. Like we see a team and they're like, they suck. Right? Bengals are better. Ravens are better. Steelers will probably be up and coming. Kenny Pickett, 5 touchdown drives, 3-0 in preseason. Okay, Browns are going to beat the worst. And then all of a sudden the Browns are like the best. That's just crazy shit about it. We can't predict injuries and people playing shitty games and hard opponents early on. And then all of a sudden the Browns go from worst to first. Cleveland Browns. I mean, shit, if I thought they were terrible, I wouldn't have their defense in fantasy. I'll tell you that. 22-19 Browns. And we'll see if I end up staying here for like the whole game or not. But I mean, I probably will. I mean, I'm going to take Paisley for another walk, but we already went for 2, even though she's a little injured and whatnot. She's a trooper. But I'll go probably for like a short one later, maybe after the game is over. I mean, I want to soak in football. Like football is only going to be on for a few months. You want to make sure you're taking advantage of those opportunities when they're happening. So, I mean, you got 1 quarter to go. It'll give us a chance to get to 2, and then maybe even gain some subs. I mean, the longer that we're on, the better chances that we have for anything good to happen. So, we got a sub. Now we have 16 to go. Now it's getting exciting. Even though it was only 1 sub, most of them are coming on the reaction, but it's still a 1. Now, obviously, if you just look at the ticker and you're on like Twitter, X, or YouTube, I mean, sometimes when people are close, yeah, you want to, get them over the edge, climb over the hump, less than 20. I mean, we're getting there. Yeah, because I don't like Deshaun Watson, but I mean, Amari Cooper's good. Nick Chubb, offensive line has some pieces. You got defensive players. If you like Myles Garrett, football, like I said, the reason why we have so many worst to first and third to first is that the competition level is the closest out of any of the four sports. So that way you don't really know. You have kind of this idea or projection that you think that's going to come true based off what happened last year. But then all of a sudden, that team that was supposed to be good, Bengals, end up not being good. And we're like, what the hell? And then everything is just turned upside down by week 2. So yeah, I don't really know how I feel about necessarily both fan bases. I mean, obviously the Steeler fans were very cocky, thinking that they were going to be great. But I mean, could you really rely on Kenny Pickett though? And then, like I said, what happens if the running game goes away? What happens if the O line starts struggling? What happens if the defense has injuries or they can't stop anyone? You still feel that Kenny Pickett energy from preseason is going to carry over? And I think all of them were like, yeah. And I was like, maybe this is the year. I was like, maybe I am wrong. Maybe maybe the Steelers are a Super Bowl top 4, top 5 team. And now we're only 2 weeks in against 2 tough defenses, and everyone's already written them off. But also they have had injuries and haven't looked good. So on top of playing the Niners and the Browns, tough, right? Now it's like fuck my life. Maybe they're buying into the fuck. We're not good. Fuck, we're not good. We thought we were. We're not. Damn. Michael in the building, fly, Eagles, fly, on the road to victory. Fly, Eagles, fly. That's a touchdown. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hit them high and watch the Eagles fly. Oh, fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. Eagles. Eagles. See, how did I know that? But I do. That damn Eagle bar, bro. You know how many times I had to hear that shit? They sang that song every touchdown. So at some point, even if you're not an Eagles fan, yeah, you knew that song at some point or another. It actually is one of the dopest like little theme songs that they sing after touchdowns. After like researching the league, I think it's actually probably the number one song. Like the fans are passionate. It makes sense. It's not cheesy. It shows the team pride. It's like the exact swagger chant that everyone can get on board, even if you're like 100, or a little kid. Shout out to you guys. People are screaming dog. They're like Steelers, terrible towns. Why are we playing like shit? Because the offensive line isn't very good, and then that means Najee's not good, and then you got injuries. No, Deontay Johnson. That means Pickens will play good, but it would have been good with both of them. You got Allen Robinson there, but is he the Allen Robinson of old, or is he stuck now? You got Fryermuth, right? But then what's more important, those guys or Cameron Hayward or TJ Watt? You don't got TJ Watt or Cameron Hayward, everything fucking falls off the rails. Who cares about who's injured on the offensive side? Those guys are more important. Minka Fitzpatrick, injured, screwed. TJ Watt, season over. Just one guy, right? Cameron Hayward, probably going on a losing streak. So it's like you got really, really good players, but they're so fucking good that if you lose them, you're fucked. It's like the season in your fantasy, everything is fucked. It's just over. That's when you know the player is Hall of Fame and they're like really, really good. It's like when you have one player that goes out and then everyone freaks and it's like legitimate. Like Micah Parsons gets injured, Cowboys ain't shit. You take him out of that lineup. I mean, we're talking about probably the best player in football right now. So no more coffee. Yeah, that was a close one though. That was a close one. Yeah. Plus, they didn't want you guys to get into depression mode. Because you guys would have hit the depression mode, and you guys would have been the pissy, depressed, sad. You guys would have been sad dogs. It's like everywhere you go, sad dog, fuck, we're 0-2, sad dog, fuck, 0-2. Now we're not going to the playoffs, shit. Now that we're going to hear all the fire Pete, fire Schneider, fire Dino, fire everybody. So the sports gods were like, you know what? Yeah, some of those fans have gone through some shit. Let's just let them win this one, even if it's an OT. Let's keep their sanity. And we do think both teams are playoff teams, so why not do it this way? And then they all like sat at the table and they're like, yeah, all right, but it has to be an overtime, right? They're like, we can't have the Seahawks blow them out. It's like it has to be like a come back from behind win, like right? Because we know the Lions are good. We saw how they beat the fucking Chiefs week one. So obviously we know, and even though they didn't have Travis Kelce or Chris Jones, Chris Jones, Chris Jones, right? Even though they didn't have those two. In previous years, right, would the Lions have won that game, like in the last 20 years? Fuck no. And it was cool to be able to see them actually do it, even if a couple guys were out. It's cool. Like it gives them swagger and confidence. And who likes to see a team that actually is kind of cool with cool uniform and colors lose for 20, 30 years in a row? I mean, I already got to deal with it for the Mariners. Now we're finally good, but I like seeing teams go from bad to good. I like a good story for an underdog. I feel like I am the underdog. I am the underdog's underdog. Like you're underrated. Like when I see comments like that, you're underrated. Like you got way too many, not enough subs. Like that's like a big compliment. When you see people that see where you're at and you're successful, but like you should be, you know, like where some of the other people are. Like it shouldn't be like one of those things. Oh, can we get there? No, when we get there. But you got to be able to wait your turn. Yeah, I mean, I've always liked Barry Sanders and Megatron, and I've always kind of rooted for them because they were always kind of lovable losers. But now they're at a point with Jared Goff. They finally got a quarterback and a coach in Dan Campbell where everything is falling into line. I think it doesn't help getting Aiden Hutchinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You got studs on both sides of the ball. Everything's kind of coming together. So it's cool, and I hope one day they win the division. That'll make me smile, because it's like to be where they were at the bottom and to get to the top. I'm trying to do that. So it's like I'm a Detroit Lion, and I'm trying to work my way up. There's potential, and people see it. But sometimes you got to wait for that algorithm so you get more eyeballs, and then we actually can get the recognition that we deserve, and the mods can get the proper respect. No, Steelers look like some shit. I'm not really a Browns guy either, though. I mean, I could really care less for both of these teams, but I mean, one team is playing better disciplined football than the other, and one team has got more guys banged up than the other, and it's very clear. And if you don't have a good O line or D line, you get exposed like a motherfucker. You can have like elite quarterback, elite running backs, elite fullback, elite wide receivers, elite tight ends, two of them, right? But if your O line stinks, you ain't doing shit. I mean, literally, you could have like 500 million in payroll, all those great players, and then if you can't block, there's no time to get the running plays and the passing plays to develop, and a lot of it is timed routes. It's like the Buccaneers against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. How do you have Patrick Mahomes, the best quarterback on planet Earth, that'll probably finish his career in the top 3 when it's all said and done? Right, how do you prevent that guy from putting up 0 touchdown passes? To me, it's still to this day, that is mind-boggling to me. I mean, he had like 500 yards rushing back and forth and behind the line of scrimmage, but it was like so many fucking steps. But I mean, if you've got the Hall of Fame players, that's what it takes. You got to have Hall of Fame defensive players on every level to compete with that Hall of Fame quarterback. And if that O-line doesn't do the job, and it's like 2 different scenarios. They had some injured players. Tampa Bay took advantage. My D-line was top 3 that year. Boom, shakalaka, Devin White, Levante David, and then actually getting things from like Antoine Winfield Jr. and Tristan Wirfs. That was like unexpected. Like they were elite year one, So, but then they couldn't do anything, Chiefs wise with the O-line. We won the Super Bowl. But then you go like last year, everyone said that the Chiefs O-line was the bugaboo. That was the worst part of the whole Super Bowl. The Chiefs O-line was the worst position group on the entire field, supposedly. And what happened? They ended up being the MVPs, and they were the best part of the game. And if they weren't as good as they were, they wouldn't have won the Super Bowl. They dominated that Eagles D-line. All the Eagles had to do is get a sack or a pick, and they would have won. And they couldn't get even 1 sack or 1 pick on Patrick Mahomes. So it shows you to go have a defense that I had and a defense that the Eagles had. We're not on the same level. We might have had a similar type of record, or maybe you even had a better record than me. But when it came down to it, the Bucs players are Hall of Famers, and some of those guys are not. It's a different level. Like you can have good players, big play Slay, Fletcher Cox, but that's not fucking Warren Sapp. That's not Derek Brooks. That's not Rondé Barber or John Lynch. That ain't Devin White. That ain't Levante David. So there's a difference in the pecking order. Aaron in the building. What's good? Yeah, but your offensive line is some shit. I want you guys to be, in the playoffs. I want you guys to do really, really well. Because I'm not a hater. I like to be able to see the NFC South, do good things. Yeah, but the 2-0, if you ask any Saint fan that's in the building, because the Saints fans are the biggest supporters to this channel, and I'm a Bucks fan, because I just keep it real. Every Saints fan will tell you if you watch that game, right? That shit was, yeah, that was offensive line needs some work. Plus, the Bucks and the Falcons are better than advertised. I mean, a lot of people thought, Bucks will be 0-2. Falcons will be 0-2 or 1-1. So we'll see how it goes. We appreciate you. To have the Saints fan base in my corner is like one of the most powerful things on planet Earth because you just don't see it, on a live stream. It's like if someone was a Cowboy streamer and then had Eagle fans as number one. It would never happen. Niner fan and then you have Seahawk people. I mean, it just wouldn't happen. Like some of these rivalries run so fucking deep. The Saints and the Bucks are on that same level as the Niners and the Seahawks or the Eagles and the Cowboys, or Bears and Packers. I mean, there's definitely going to be some hatred there, or Chiefs and Raiders or Chiefs and Broncos. Certain rivalries they run kind of deep, but when you can get the love from the rival fan base, that really shows who I am. I'm different. I'm not like every other streamer that's out there, and we got a really intelligent room too. I appreciate you. Who dat in the building? I mean, you're never going to see. But the thing is, the difference between me is I might be a fan of the Bucks or the Ducks or the Mariners or the Blazers. But the bottom line, I'm a fan of the game. I'm a fan of greatness. So it doesn't matter if it's my team or the rival team, or someone in the division. If someone is really good, I'm going to root for it. Greatness. 16 subs to 20,000. We need to get there. Nothing new on the Cash App from what the stuff that was on there. Chief, my boy. 22-19 Browns. Is it bad that I want the Browns to kind of win? Because they're just normally shitty. I don't want to root for fucking Predator Deshaun Watson, but everything else besides him, it's like, all right, Steelers have kind of had their day. Browns are shitty. They just had Nick Chubb have his leg go to fucking planet, whatever. I mean, that thing got ripped off, and that still kind of hurts me right now. I mean, I don't really care who wins the game, what I mean. But the Steelers need it more. They don't want to go to 0-2, so the Browns are kind of playing with cash money right now. I guess it just depends with the sports gods and what they want from me. It's like, do I want the points in fantasy? Then I need the Browns to win. So I still need that pick six or that big play that, oh my God, fumble for touchdown or pick six or something like. I'm at 10 points right now, so I can't be greedy. 10 is great, but to be able to have a good fantasy day, it's like, I don't know. What would you guys say? You look at the fantasy number and you're like, yeah, on defense. What's that number? 13 and higher? 13 to 20 points. You're like, yeah, I got him, I'm going to win because of this shit. Not everyone can be like the Cowboys and like, yeah, 35. Take that. I had him last year. You got a friend that loves the Browns? That's cool, dude. Shit, I'm a Buccaneers fan, and I've been a Buck fan before Brady. It's not like I'm some bandwagon shit. I don't even own a Gronk jersey or a Brady jersey. So if I'm a bandwagon Buccaneer fan, how come I don't have that in my closet? Every Buck fan has a Brady, right? I don't. I don't have a Gronk either. But I do appreciate what he did. I got a Foco bobble, probably worth a C note, from the Super Bowl year, still in the box. And I got the T-shirt of Bucko Bruce, the old logo, but the face is changing to Tom Brady with a knife in his mouth on a white tee. And I've never worn that. That's a collector item, and that's from Tampa. Super dope shirt. But those are the only two Brady things that I own, Buccaneer wise, and they were both gifts from other people. One, my dad, and the other, my best friend or one of my best friends, Justin. So Yeah, and the Browns put up, what they held the Bengals to 3, and that was before Burrow really got hurt. So if you can stop the run and then you have good defenders that can pick at linebacker, corner, and safety, you turn into a machine. Because then you're just like, shit, we can't run, and then any time of a throw, it's going to be like a tip drill interception, or someone's going to get hit hard. Like you just know when a defense is feeling themselves. It's a different level. Like when you're a top 5 D, like you're like, okay, you think your defense or your offense is good? All right, well, you play us. We'll see what you do, you know. And obviously, with the Cowboy offense, they got Dak and CD, and Tony Pollard. Shit. So you already know as long as the O line is healthy, they're going to get some yards. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a Brown Tech lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Akron, Ohio. LeBron James. Bernie Kosar. Yum, 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 yum. Peyton Hillis. Michael Jackson from Bernie Kosar. Johnny Manziel. God, I love defense, man. Yeah, and that's what the Bucks fans and the haters were saying. That like, it's not a hot take. You can tell the people that make comments. Like, if I say something that they don't agree with, like, you got to dig deeper. Like, why would I want to tank? Have I ever said that before? And then, do you watch college football? And if you don't, then you don't realize that this quarterback class could be the best for 20 or 30 years. Like, this could be like one of the best that we've ever seen of all time. Just imagine if all the guys pan out. Caleb, top 12 quarterback, pans out. Drake May, top 12, pans out. Shedeur Sanders, top 12, pans out. Michael Penix Jr. is a lefty like Tua, pans out. Quinn Ewers, big frame, swagger, pans out. We have 5 guys that go and they all like are good, or at least in the top 20. That would be like if Ewers and Sanders were a little bit lower in the NFL, but the other 3 were up there. Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., and Caleb Williams, and who knows? Maybe Shedeur Sanders, maybe is the best one. Maybe he is the best one. Like, I guess it just depends on what team you go to, right? What kind of coach and what system. Like, what if Shedeur ended up coming in for the Steelers instead of Pickett? Think about that offense. Then you'd be like, oh, especially Dion is like mentoring him, and you're getting all the Dion secrets and all his connections, which is everyone on planet Earth, right? Any fucking celebrity that you could think of, anybody in the fitness game or in the food game, you're a leg up on your diet and on your regimen and your workout. And guess what? Your dad is Dion, and he's the best defensive player of all time ever. Yeah, that guy, prime time, that's your dad. Fuck out of here. And then you just, go on Colorado. And, I know some people, like my best friend Justin, he's like, I'm sick of this Dion shit. I was like, well, it's good for college football. It brings the popularity and the eyes to the sport. He's like, fuck that. Ducks got to win. And I was like, yeah, dude, we do need to win. Lots on fucking Saturday. Yeah, but Shedeur, but the number one thing Shedeur's got going for him, it's not even necessarily him, it's his dad and the connections. Being able to pass down those genes with the secrets that you own, like this is your dad, the best competitor ever. So if he's going to be the best corner of all time, even if Shedeur's not the best quarterback, you're going to get better, because he's going to try to live up to his dad's name and the Sanders name. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that some people would fold, like Michael Jordan's son. Oh, is he going to be the next Michael Jordan? Fuck no. He's probably not even going to be in the league. But when you get people like father, son, Ken Griffey Jr., you get some of those people that it gets passed down, and then you get the new, and you're like, ooh, this is kind of good. So for me, like if the Bucks end up going like 9 or 10 wins, and then it goes Caleb Williams, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., and then the Bucks pick at like 20, and I pick Shedeur Sanders, I'm going to fucking jump out the window. I'll break the door down. I'll headbutt a hole in my wall. It's like all of a sudden he's beasting, and they have like an 8-4 record, but he's got potential. And then all of a sudden, boom, just falls into my lap. And then like Baker and him can be together. I would be ecstatic. Or if Quinn Ewers pans out and I get him, like, who's to say? Some people you feel a little bit more confident of. I feel like with Quinn Ewers and Shedeur Sanders, there's a bigger bust factor, but it could be boom, right? And then the other 3 are more NFL ready, with Michael Penix Jr., Caleb Williams, and Drake May. Even though Drake May's got shitty teammates around him at North Carolina, but he's got the frame and the body and the mind of an NFL player already. So it's like you would think those are going to be the best 3, and the other 2 are wild cards that they may or may pan out. But what are we going to get? Justin Fields, or what are we getting? But for me, if it was my dream and I was running it, like I'm talking to the sports gods, I'd be like, listen, I want all five to be good. Not only that, I want all five to be top 12 quarterbacks. And they'd be like, what? I'd be like, yeah. I was like, I want all five to be good, and I want them to be real good, like to carry this fucking NFL moving forward. And then every quarterback that got picked, we can root for that team now. Oh, Quinn Ewers, boom, now I can root for this team. All right, boom, Shooter Sanders. Oh, I don't give a shit about that. Now I do. You know, I want that. That's going to bring a lot of eyes to the NFL, and especially if you can have all of them pan out or be very good, which is almost impossible. Like all five, like maybe two or three. But why not four or five? Is it? I mean, what happens if you just have the athletes all in one year that are just beast mode, and it just so happens it's going to be next year? Third down and 13, 22-19, bronze. Come on, bronze. Cleveland bronze. Catch that. Go drag swag. Everyone is already sold now, but you have to understand, like, people also get, line needs to be better, wide receiver, tight end, and then once those elite positions get filled in, that's when you're going to be able to win the division and then see how far you can go. But there's something special there, and like I said, it also has to do with him being the dude off the field and being like a good man, staying after, signing autos, talking to the kids, cleaning up after the other players, showing that ultimate leadership, like you're fucking acting like you're 40 and you're like 20 years old. You know what I mean? You got that maturity of like a grown man, and then you get that at a young age. Then you got something special. That's why I think I'm bought in on Richardson. I'm not really bought in on Young or Stroud. Like, to me, I could see more of a bust than that they're going to make it. Like, it kind of seems like it's there, but it's only if they have to stay in those places and the coaching is continuously bad, they're going to fail. But if they can get traded or go somewhere else, or if they bring in the right pieces, then I could see them panning out. But it's not like what they have right now is good enough to make it in the NFL, not in my opinion. Oh, it's a sack lunch. Oh, it's a scoop. And it's a score for the wrong team. TJ Wizzle with the touchdown dizzle. The Tadizzle. TJ Wizzle with the defensive pickup. Touchdown. The Tadizzle. Wow. Steeler defense trying to get some fantasy points. What's my Cleveland D down to? 9? God damn it. I need a big play from Cleveland. What a play. Oh, and this is when you actually see someone that's like Hall of Fame. It's like the Brian Dawkins, the Ray Lewis, the Brian Urlacher. Oh, hi, I'm TJ Watt. Guess what? If I play good for the next 5 to 10 years, I will be known as the best Watt brother. Who would have thought that when you watch JJ Watt's career as being one of the top players in the NFL, best defensive player multiple times? And TJ's got a chance, if he keeps it healthy, for the rest of his career, and it's long. We're going to put him above JJ, and they're going to be known as like the best bros ever. I mean, they fucking already are. But TJ Watt's upside is higher because he can go further, and the stats are going to be it's crazy. And as long as he doesn't have a serious injury, we are going to say, without a shadow of a doubt, for the people that watch JJ, I mean, he was like so dominant that he was like at one point the best player in the NFL, like regardless of position. So, and then you get a brother that's just as good but plays a different position. Like, what the hell is in the cereal and the water in that Watt family? And you got another brother, Derek, who's not as good as the other two, but still NFL. I mean, some of it was your name, but you had to have some skill to get here. But the name helps, right? Golly, I love it when I see a Hall of Fame player make a Hall of Fame play. And it's cool when you end up seeing you get the brothers, but when you end up getting the Caucasian white players or the European players or the Asian players or Latino players, because like the brothers, we just know the athleticism is there. But when we get some of the the other representation rather than the studs, right? It's cool to be able to see like, oh wow, like who would have thought like 20 years ago that arguably one of the best defensive players in the whole league is white, and on top of that, we have a white running back that might be the best in the league, and Christian McCaffrey. That is You know what I mean? Like when the brothers ran that position, and it's like we had guys like maybe Mike Allstott. I have pride for that. A Train was like special. He ran just like the goats. Regardless if they were brothers or not. That we already know the Barry Sanders, the Walter Paytons. I mean, no one's going to take that away. But every once in a while, you'll get it like these beast mode players. It's cool to see the representation spread across the league. But this is crazy. TJ Watt? Like, really? But Christian McCaffrey, that's a wild shit. But then your dad is Ed, so he played wide receiver, so it's like a cheat code. You already got good genes in your DNA. It's just you taking your athleticism to the next level. Look at this. Oh, baby, run him over. Angry runs. Let me fucking truck you. Ka-ka. You went 3-2 and 5 of your fantasy football leagues this week. We got 5-0 last week. Injuries, leaving points on the bench. Unexpected things that happen that you can't predict. Yeah, it's going back and forth. Fantasy points keep going down though. Yeah, but if Chubb doesn't get hurt, Browns win pretty easily. I would assume they would have won by 10 or more. Cats in the building. All right, I got my Cleveland D at 9. I'm up 157 to 98. So I need to get to that 160 number. Good rivalry. Normally the games are very, very close, 27-24. Like if you actually look at a lot of these games, if you just remember, like almost every game ends in 20 to 29 points, and it's by 3 or 4 points. I don't know how the hell it does that every time, but it seems like every fucking score looks kind of like the score above me. Like it's going to change before the game is over, and maybe someone will get to that 30 mark, but both teams aren't. It's like 1 point win or a 2 point win, 3 point win. Like nothing's crazy in this fucking. It could be 26-24, and you're like, yep, that's what happened. That's what always happens. Deshaun Watson. Yeah, my problem with that situation with Deshaun is like he doesn't seem like he's apologetic genuinely. Like he ain't sorry. I can't how am I going to support a human being that is like that, let alone all the things that you're accused of, and then on top of that being kind of fake and like, what you feel like, what because you're a quarterback in the NFL that you're entitled or something. But other than him, it's very easy to root for a lot of these bad players. And is he a good quarterback still? Yeah, he's still pretty good. He ain't top 5, but he's definitely in the top 16. I mean, if it's between him and Jameis Winston, who would you rather have? I mean, when you used to be a top 4 quarterback just a couple years ago. So, oh, look at that. How did he get out of that sack lunch? But not that one. 12, you know what time it is? Time for sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And Pittsburgh. What's Pittsburgh famous for food-wise? What's their thing? Like in Philadelphia, it's the cheesesteaks, but what's Pittsburgh's like famous-ish? Like what is it like some like sandwich or what's the jump off? Like what's the thing that you go there if you're gonna go eat? Has anyone been there? Or like have read about it or seen it? I know some of y'all watch the cooking shows in the Food Network like me, so I mean we probably have seen the shit, Watson going long, going deep. Massage parlor, no good. Oh, 4th and 13. That's what needed to be better. Yeah. Oh, Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, I'm really infatuated with like marine life. I like zoos and whatnot, but if they have a coastal aquarium, if I go there, I will get lost. Like I don't know, it's just like that soothing energy of water and the animals and whatnot, and like they have the encapsulated areas where you're like underneath it and they're swimming underneath you and around you. I can't put a price on that, but if you have to pay 20-30 bucks for admission and you can go there for a few hours, maybe end up with a cool shark tooth keychain, see some sharks and octopus and crazy ass fish. Yeah, it's definitely worth it. Yeah. Also, like, working one of my first jobs at like 12, doing the crawdad, the crayfish with my dad and my dad's friend. So that's why anything like swamp people, wicked tuna, like anything that's related to outdoors, Alaska bush people, life below zero, anything that's like outdoors or that type of theme or on the water specifically. Yeah, I'm watching that shit. I won't watch anything fishing wise besides Wicked Tuna, but I like the people in that show. It's like character development when you're watching a show and you can kind of see the family and the friends and how they try to hustle and make money. I like that shit. Seeing them help each other even if they're rivals. You get that with the swamp people too. Troy Landry, your boy is a Troy Landry. 26-22 Steelers. All right, Kenny Pickett, it's about time for my Browns pick 6 on my fantasy, just to add a little bit more. What do we say? To get me over 160? How about a pick 6? We're at 9 points. How about we get to like 14 or 15? Huh? What do we say? Have you been there, bro? Or have you just read about it or seen it on TV? I usually try to watch a food program like every day or every other day, but sometimes I have a few days off. But yeah, Gordon Ramsay, Guy Fieri. If it's on, I'm watching it. Oh, big hit! Vermonti Brothers. Yeah, that's one thing I want to do. I want to be like, some people want to travel when they're rich and they want to go to games, sporting events, or they want to see like monuments. Like I said, if I ever get the rich, I will only go places to go eat. They're like, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "I'm flying across the country to go to Maine for fucking 4 hours, eat lobster and shrimp, and then I'm gonna fly home." They're like, "What?" I'm like, "That's what I'm doing." Or unless I want to stay there. Or like go to Nolens and eat all the fucking gumbo and the po' boys. Stay there for like 12 hours and then fly back. I'm like, cool. Just like give me like the top 3 places to eat and I'm going there. That's how you live life. Let's go bronze. Yeah, I'm jealous. Every time I see a program, or they have a competition and they have someone that's from there, I'm always like rooting for them. It doesn't matter what race, what age. I'm like, okay. I was like, they're already in fucking Flavor Town. They've been there. They're a part of it. So you already know you're going to get spices and flavors. And when you're on the Northwest or the East Coast, the vibe is different. Every vibe is different based off, food and whatnot. But there's places that have the expertise, and for Flavor Town, you're not going to get better flavors. I want to go to Flavor Town. Oh yeah. What's your favorite thing to eat over there in Australia? Obviously, that you're vegan, but if you weren't vegan, is there like a specialty thing that you guys are known for? I mean, I know you guys got like animals there that we don't got, and I don't know if certain things are banned, which I assume they would be, but how some things for like animals are some kind of delicacy or some weird thing. 26-22. Where was my pick 6? I didn't get it. All right, come on, Browns. This is crazy. I'm rooting for the Browns to win. It's just I'm like torn because it's like it's like I don't want to root for the quarterback, but I want to root for the team. Oh, they got the fucking Mo Bamba, the Sheck West. Oh, it's fucking over, dude. When you hear that shit, I don't care who you are. You could be at any club or anyone that actually like listen to that, and that shit gets the fucking place going. Like I don't know what it is about that, but it's like a hood song, but it's like anybody can listen to that if you're hood or not hood, and then it just the energy is just like flowing, and you just know that you can take on the world. Like there's a reason why they play it in college football, and the smart places will play it in the NFL. It's just one of those songs. It's just that beat and that energy that it brings. I think that one out of all the songs, that one is the one that gets things going. You can either hear it or you don't. So the kangaroo and the crocodiles. Yeah. Oh, lobster. Nice. What does kangaroo and crocodile taste like? What would you compare it to for anything that you've ever ate before? Any like It's crocodile texture like chicken, but different flavor. Like, what does that taste like? And then I don't know. Kangaroo just sounds wrong. Like they're too cute. Like I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat that or the Joey 26, 22 Steelers. What does that taste like? Roux is like steak. Oh no. Croc is chicken. Interesting. Which one is better? I guess it just depends on which one that you want to eat. If you want a steak flavor, that's just wrong though. Kangaroo for a steak? Oh, but I guess that's what you guys have access to, so you just have to do it. And the croc is a chicken, the salmon, gamey chicken, but made with like the right batter, it could be delicious. Or you could get a hater that just only eats fried chicken or chicken products, and then you're like, taste this, stop bitching, and then they actually eat it, and it's got like the crispy batter on it, like a chicken strip crispy batter, and then like boom, like a frog leg or something like that, and you're like, see, told you it was good. I bet that happens a lot. Oh, first down, Browns. If you cook it right, it's divine. Yeah, I think almost anything could be right. I mean, if made properly, sometimes you can have the most basic stuff and it can be incredible. I've seen it. I've watched TV shows like The Bear. Okay, season 1 and 2. If you haven't watched it, watch it. Lip, if you like him, you'll love the show. I don't give recommendations too often, but sometimes when shows are that good, and if you worked in the food industry, definitely watch it. And it'll make you laugh, and it'll make you cry. It'll make you root for people, and it's a real show. So good character development. You eat a lot of gator, a gator on the grill, all the bush food. That shit, like, you know what I like the best about the show? Obviously with like Lip's character, to be able to fall into that and then to go to the high end, cooking ranks, when you're at the top of the top and then not work there anymore and then try to be able to implement some of those like disciplines, right? And it's cool to be able to see the character development. But I think that one of the coolest things about the show is Richie, like the asshole brother, right? So it's like he's an asshole, he's kind of rude, he's an asshole, right? Then you see him like he cares about his daughter the way that he does. And you're like, oh, less of an asshole. You're like super asshole now, a little bit less of an asshole, right? Like not as much. And then you see like how he's like is real, and he knows he's like not okay, and that he can be better, and then tries to make himself, like to see that like growth, like when you've seen yourself go through that or a friend where you fucking like kind of hit bottom or you're not in a good space, and then maybe you're an asshole because of it, and then all of a sudden you try to change, and then you can kind of root for a guy. That's why that show is fucking awesome. Because when you go from like hating someone on the show, and then you're like, dude, I kind of fucking like you. Like, it's like to see the growth, and then also to see like the love and the loyalty. That's a big part, the honesty, the loyalty, the respect. You can be an asshole and like fuck up, but like family is family, boys are boys. Like, there's certain guidelines that need to be said. And gosh, the show is so good. Like I might actually rewatch it, but I binge watched it season 1 and season 2, I think in 2 days or 3 days. Um, and like I said, some people just like a laugh or watching people blow up, and so it's like character development isn't for everyone. But I think most people that are a part of this channel are smart as shit. So it's like, not everyone's going to be super, super intelligent. There's going to be different levels that we're expertise at. But I don't know, character development is very big. Like if you're just basic person, you don't give a shit about that. It's just like action movies or comedies. Sometimes we want a little bit more depth, in the movies or the TV that we watch, right? If we're not watching sports, I want to be entertained. I don't want to watch some bullshit, you know. But The Bear is good because I love it because I love real people, and I love like seeing people change, and sometimes you got to see people crash and burn, because then you'd be like, damn, that was me. So I just like inspiring, and then I also like the camera angles. But just that cast, there's so many likable people in that show. It's like impossible not to keep watching it. You watch one episode and you're like, boom, I like this fucking show. I mean, if you like Shameless, come on, man. Watson, incomplete. The barbecue. Toasted raviolis. Ooh, that sounds good. The gooey butter cake. What's gooey? Is that the frosting, the icing? It's like Snoop Dogg, sticky, icky. Okay. The ooey gooey. 26-22 Steelers. Third down and 7. All right, Watson, time for a first down. You know who to go to. Shotgun set. Watson, look out. Sack lunch. Gets away. Throw the ball. Tackled. Cameron in the building. Who dat? You dat. A dub is a dub. Offensive line stinks, right? But you guys already know that, and it'll get better. AK coming back in a couple weeks. That way you can actually have a running back that's worth a damn, even though the one today did good after Jamal got less carries. Defense is nice. On the top of the business, Mario Davis, aka the Glue, is the man, the most underrated linebacker in the game. So yeah, it's a three-way race. Falcons, Bucks, Saints. I wouldn't want it any other way. Shit, have us all go 3-0 next week too. Fuck it. Oh, a win is a win. It's very true. But I'm not a hater Bucks fan talking to a Saints fan. Remember, the Saints are the biggest supporters to this channel. So for me to be a Bucks fan and the Saints love me and the Saints fan base, I don't talk shit. I state facts. It may come off as shit talking, but if you don't know me, but if you know, I just keep it real on both ends. So ugly 2-0 is better than a pretty 0-2. That's a damn true. But it shows you know what is a good team and what is not a good team. And it's like, if you're looking at it from an outside perspective, it's like, it's not just Saints fans that see it. They're obviously O-line needs some fucking work. Carr needs to be better, but if the O-line was better, but there's moments. But the best part about the team is the defense, hands down. Defense is nice, especially where all three teams in the NFC South. That's what's going to carry all three of our teams. Tampa's D, Saints D, and the Falcons D with Jesse Bates the third. Most people aren't talking about it yet, but in a couple weeks they will. And then, when you get like one of the Bengals' best players, offense or defense, and then leaves, look at the impact. Falcons 2-0, like on what fucking planet? Like what, in the Flash? Like, so it's like they're ahead of schedule. That's cool to see. Oh, he's all over them. That's a felony in all 50 states. I do like Peoples Jones. Final score, Steelers fans can breathe. 26-22. Browns can't believe it. We should have won. Now, if you had Nick Chubb, it was going to be a win. But let's see how many fantasy points the Browns didn't get me. 9. How could you? 9? That's cool. 9 and above in fantasy on defense is perfect. 10 or better is ideal. But if you do have to get a 9, better than an 8 or a 7. It actually is still strong on the board. 157.3. Let's go. All right. Do I owe any photos? Yeah, we have what, $20 to go? Any photos that need to be seen, let me know. And then I'm gonna eat dinner and maybe try to take Paisley for another walk. And then take her to the vet tomorrow. But luckily, like I said, her leg is not that bad. It just kind of looks like the letter M, like is like kind of like imprinted on one of her legs with the hair missing. And it doesn't look like the cut was too bad. It was just like a top scrape, but still a scrape. And I got to get her belly looked at. So that last sack made you lose? No, you got to be kidding me. Don't lie. What's the score? You lost by a point. TJ Watt, he kind of good. That was the what won up for him. If TJ Watt doesn't get that touchdown, they don't win. So the Steeler fans, should just keep buying TJ Watt merch because he single-handedly like won the game for you. Big. That's so big. 151.4 to 152.0. Dude, that sounds like me when I lost to Shep. Point 0.5 in the playoffs. When I was like 13-1 or 14-1. Who the fuck loses being 14-1 by 0.5 in the playoffs? I did. That hurt. That stung. But that's what happens sometimes. But at least it wasn't a blowout. Like if you're gonna beat me, that's what it's gonna take. 0.5, you know. And honestly, I think if we would have went all the way through, I think Shep was gonna be the champion. But when you don't have those players playing with the DeMar thing, that's what screwed up fantasy. 3 players on the Bengals that played the Bills in that game, and then not being able to play those players in the playoffs. Wow, what a game! All right, what do we want to do here? Do we want to call it? Call it a day? Oh, Chief, well, Chief, thank you. We just got. Did we just Chief? Well, Chief. What did we get here? Chief, well, Chief is supporting the cause. $20 holla. Chief, it just came up now. I don't know. It said it like you sent it an hour ago. Is that what you did? Did you send it an hour ago? I don't know, but I think it said 7:16 and it's 8:48. So I never would ignore anyone that donated it if they donated and come up on my phone. But I just got it right now. 1 hour and 40 minutes late. $20 dono because he's good. He said, I like this guy. I want his dreams to come true. And vets are expensive. It's up by 1. And the chief will be the tribal chief. LA Knight. Yeah. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. See, and the reason why the Steelers won is that this fucking logo looks like a Steelers rim, and it was cooler than the Browns logo. So then the sports gods were like, well, he doesn't take it down. It looks cool. All right, Steelers, fuck it. Okay. Okay. It does look cool, though. Bang, 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 the $20 holla, the $200 veterinary bill holla. Bang, bang. You have a dog and you don't have it on a leash and it goes to another dog, right? Say sorry. I don't think that's asking too much. The bang, the bang, bang. Let's look to see how many subs we need. Now this is the point where we have like our friends be like, hey, but we don't need that because it's just gonna eventually happen on its own. All right, 16. That's a good sign, huh? 16. When it was like a couple hundred, and it seemed like forever that it was gonna. But sometimes you gotta change the game plan. Oh, okay. He said, I recently sent it, dummy. Okay. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. What do we want to see for Chiefs photos? What kind of Chiefs? Kansas City Chiefs. I put it out first. All right, what am I watching now? There's got to be something good on. All right, what's on? Tigers, Dodgers. Oh, Mariners are still on. Shit. The Mariners. It's probably over. Or is it? Oh, Mariners. 4-0 Mariners. What should be, golly, we're playing the A's. I mean, if we can't beat the A's, I mean, Houston and Texas, you can just take our playoff spot. Like, if we can't do that, then what the hell are we doing? The Mariners, Seattle Mariners. Oh, Larry Johnson. Come on, Jose. Oh, Dante Hall. Kinda good. He's crispy. Snell, who are the winners, Elliot? I know you've done all the research and you've seen all the articles and all the shit that pops up on your phone. It's like, alert, this guy's good. He's like, okay, I'll remember. Fantasy, basketball, baseball. Elliot's doing so many fantasies. He's doing fantasy bowling. I didn't even know that was a thing. He's like, fuck it, I'm the best at it. I was like, shit, you know bowling? I was like, that's what happens when you get into baseball. You never know where it's going to go. Fantasy, anything. Expert, Elliot. Expert at pepperoni pizza and fantasy bowling. I wonder if that actually is a thing. Like it probably is, right? They have like a PBA circuit, right? The Pro Bowlers Association. I don't know if that's what it's called, but I assume that's what it's called. See, that's just like off the top, right? And then they get together and they talk shit, like that one guy that's famous. I am him. Ooh, that's one. I haven't seen that one. Crispy. Surgery. Well, surgery, that's better. Oh, what should we else we do for the chief? Oh, chief. Hmm. I'm gonna go throwback. It's a little bit of a throwback. Oh, what you know about that? Joe. Everyone's like Montana on the Niners, but Montana on the Chiefs was dope too. Different number, different swag. I mean, couldn't get the Super Bowl there, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't good. It's fucking Joe Montana. You don't see Joe Montana things that often. Pretty cool, but nothing is going to compare to the swagger of the Nina. Like you just look at this Joe Montana and you're just like, oh, okay. Look at that. He's like, you see that? You're done. Roger Craig's like, I'll take a 2 yard pass, 90 yards. Those are my days growing up right here. All right. Well, we're 5 minutes away from 5 hours, which I didn't think I was going to stay on this long. So probably call it a day. Is anyone that wants any more like pictures and stuff? Chief with Chief, do you want anything specific? I can throw some. Paisley's coming in and she's like, "Daddy, my keyboard's about to die." Notification just came up. I know. Hi, Paisley. I love you. Hi. I love you so much. All right, Paisley's in here now. Paisley, she's like, "Daddy." Yeah, let's do a couple Chris Jones, and then I'm gonna let Paisley want some dad time. I don't know if we're gonna go for another walk or whatever, but it sucks too because I have to like drop her off at the vet, and then they're gonna have to treat her in between like surgeries or something, and then I have to drop her off, and then I'm not gonna see her for a little bit, and then I got to pick up after, which doesn't sound like very much, but I mean if you're attached to a pet, you understand. I just wanted to be able to go in there, right? Go in there and go out. Chris Jones' representation is kind of cool. You don't see too much of it. He's so deserving of it. If he was on any other team, I mean, like we're talking about, like superstar type player, Hall of Fame type player. Like if you don't have him, you're going to lose type of player. And then when you don't have him in the lineup, you're like, shit, this sucks. Like you're like, you really do cover up a lot of the problems we have. The guys that cover up the problems, the goats. Double play for the Mariners because we're good against the A's. They got swept by the Dodgers. I like that photo. That's a good dope one. No helmet on. White jersey. I like the white look. White jersey's dope. Red jersey's cool. Everyone's going to have the red jersey. How many people are going to have the white? That's what pops. That's the throwback. That makes you stand out. It's a dope jersey. I would rock that. That'd be my first jersey right here, the white one. If I was a Chief fan, that's what I would own. I mean, I'd go Derek Thomas and Christian Okoye first. Those would be my two first: Derek Thomas, Christian Okoye, and then Montana, and then obviously you have to get at least one Mahomes, and then work your way. Shout out to the Dick Futz and Chris Jones, 16 subs away from 20,000. More reaction videos for tomorrow, NFL, these two games, and then the remainder ones to do. They haven't blocked anything this week, which is nice. So I don't have to worry about something. So Saints, Panthers, Browns, Steelers, that was tonight. And then Giants, Cardinals, Commanders, and Broncos. And then that's it. And then I want to do the college for like Colorado State, maybe on Tuesday or Wednesday. And then USC, Oregon, Washington for like the quarterbacks. But definitely the Colorado State. I want to do that. Got to. I wanted to do it yesterday, the day before, but this NFL shit is really important. That's what's going to get us more. But I think, having Colorado like on the channel is good because he's good for the college football scene. And they play Oregon this weekend, and I definitely want that dub. But after that, I mean, I wouldn't care if they won every game after. It's cool for college football. I like him. Yeah, a lot of people are hating on him and stuff. Why? Because he's fucking prime. He's like the best, arguably best defensive player of all time. And obviously, he's a good recruiter and a good coach. So why are you hating? You're just giving him more ammunition to come up with different custom sunglasses and merch that he can sell and make more money. The glasses look dope, though. If I was a fan, I would buy one. 4-0 Mariners. Seriously, I want to do the reaction video. I mean, Alabama and Texas was the best game. I mean, Oregon coming back was pretty dope, but it's not on a national level. But, for me, it was cool. For everyone else, it's like, I don't care about that. I'm like, go Ducks. And then, you guys see the swag and you're like, oh, Ducks. You're like, oh, swag Ducks. Gloves Ducks. Chain Ducks. Swagger. Oh, dog. But yeah, that was like, I didn't even get to see the whole thing, but I've read about it. And then I've seen some, but I didn't actually get to see it. So it's like, I want to be able to, like, really engulf myself in like certain like reaction videos and highlights where I really don't know how shit went. Like, I really don't know. Like, maybe I saw a clip, but it's not like I, researched it. So that way we can make them as authentic as possible, And those ones are always cool because you already know they got a target on their back and, winning like 1 or 2 games. And then Deion comes in and like, we're going to win 8 or 9. And then people are like, you're crazy. And then now he's on pace to literally do that. So I would put maybe 8-4, something like that. I think that would be amazing. If you go better than 8-4, then you're doing some like, football god shit or whatever, going 9-3 with Deion. But we got 8 teams in the Pac-12 that are in the top 25. I've never seen that in my life. And then we got 8 teams in the top 25, Oregon included. But the commissioner was greedy, so now we don't have a Pac-12. Thanks, commissioner. Like Big Ten is cool, but Pac-12 is cooler, man, for us. All that history, gone. All that history, gone. Holmes, restructured contract, rich dog, best quarterback in the world, dog, but still needs Travis Kelce, dog. But the biggest thing also is the lack of Juju, but the bigger thing is that people aren't pointing out is Eric Bieniemy and what he's doing for Washington and what you guys are lacking. So if you guys actually had Bieniemy still, Some of these ugly wins would be better. It shows you the impact of a good leader and a good coach that can change, a new franchise that was known as like a loser or like, a fuck up type franchise now to a team that will probably go to the playoffs in a year or two, if not this year, like maybe next year. Like he's doing something over there. Like they scored 35. That was the first time in like a billion games. Turnaround. So hopefully Reed can just be like, I'll handle it. And then he does. For Indiana State, no way. What year is he? Freshman or what? Or what is he? He's been there for a while. Paisley's like, God, Daddy. He's like, you're going to have a little doctor visit. So, Daddy's hustling, grinding, looking at cool photos of the Chiefs. I mean, Chief photos to me, they're like very similar colors to the Bucks. So it's like I always like Derek Thomas and like certain players. Christian Okoye and Derek Thomas were my two OGs. So it's like anytime I see like the jersey, it's kind of Bucks similar. It's different, but the red vibe. Niners, and I like that team too. I don't know, and it's like I'm not even really a big red fan. Blazers have that color too, but I like the blue and the green for the Ducks and Mariners more. But I see it, a little swagger, flames coming at. He's like, look at me, I'm good. I'm Chris Jones. I'm Chris Jones, bitch. I'm the best. Pay me. Pay me. And we should. Like, stupid. Mike Evans, pay the goddamn guy. What the hell's going on? Chris Jones. These guys need to be paid. Yeah, they want ridiculous amount of money, but if ridiculous amount of money is coming in, then pay them. I mean, Jesus Christ, if Stephen A is like 8 or 9 million for being wrong all the time, you can actually pay someone who's right all the time crazy amount of money too, right? Someone that's like first ballot Hall of Fame, sometimes has good quarterback, sometimes doesn't. But still, guess what? Puts up 1,000 yards, has been doing it for years, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18 years in a row. We'll see how long he plays for. He slept on. Goat. Who is it? It's Mike Evans. Going against the Chiefs. Coincidence? I think not. Pay that man. I mean, shit. You know that if I, with my fantasy, if I got Mike Evans on my bench, like who the fuck do I got in the game? And then you see him put up like a big like 28 or 29, but I didn't lose. Normally you lose when that shit happens 99 times out of 100. But if you get that depth dog at the fantasy and you want to be a guru like Elliot when he does the fantasy bowling and with all the cheddar for all the honeys, okay, you just got to know. And you have to look at patterns, right? And you know who's good when you play fantasy. But guess what? Mike Evans ain't going to be on the bench anymore. But it's tough. Because what does that mean? Amon-Ra St. Brown goes to the bench. So I got Jay Jetta, Mike Evans, Keenan Allen. And I score like 100 points between 3 guys. And then everyone just quits and I win the championship. Is that what happens? Mike Evans, pay the man. But this guy right here, yeah, you should pay him too. TJ Watt, worth the money. It's like when you get the guys that are like ridiculous. It's like, dude, Julio Rodriguez, yeah, get it done, you know. And obviously Julio could have signed for way, way more later, but wants to be a part of Seattle. That was the cool thing. How many people commit to like 15 years? You got to think that like I love this place, or I'm not doing that. Most people are like 5 years or less, so that I can reevaluate my life and who I'm with and where I'm at in my life mentally, and then decide to go from a different team or whatever. Loyalty in sports is not around anymore. People like to jump around to try to win the titles, like KD. Pay this guy, damn it. Oh, there we go. That looks a little better. Buccaneer swag. It looks good. Hall of Famer, best receiver we've ever had in our life. We'll ever have. He'll be number one. No one better. So if you know that, pay him. What you need him to prove it that he can do it with Baker Mayfield, and then we have to pay him. He's like, I can do it. It don't matter who it is. If you give me targets, I will dominate the corner. They will not be able to keep up with me. I can be an old guy in a wheelchair, and I'll still get in the end zone before you. That's Mike Evans. We thought Johnny Football was Johnny Football, but Mike Evans was making Johnny Football. But Johnny was damn good for 2 years. All right, Paisley's looking at me. She's giving me the eye. She wants snuggles from Dad. So I appreciate you guys for all the donos and the support and the games. Pretty crazy games, right? NFC South, like I don't know, man. Like it's a pretty crazy it's a pretty crazy situation that we got this year. Like things that we didn't think were going to be an issue, like Saints O line are an issue. Like Falcons and Bucks are good. Like what? Like I get it, Falcons being 2-0, like people being surprised, but there's no way in hell, right? He's like, okay, I want to tank. I want to go 0-17, and then the Bucks go 2-0, and I'm like, what? Now I got to be like, well, we can't tank anymore. Got to win 10 wins, right? And then hopefully Shedeur Sanders just falls in our lap. Thank you, Shedeur Sanders of the Tampa Bay Bucks at pick number 20. Thank you. Right? And I'm like, oh, Baker and Shedeur. Yeah, that mental health boost. Shedeur Sanders at pick 20 just falls in the lap. That would be good. All right. Well, we've ridiculously streamed longer than we should have. I'm still watching games. Now it's the ninth inning, 4-0 Mariners. But Paisley needs the dad time. I don't think they're going to come back. JP Crawford's up. We're good. Anything else that you guys want to see? Speak now, or your boy is going to bang, bang, go. Okay, we good then. He's a true freshman. Dude, seriously, and no matter, if they suck or they play, they got a chance to at least get that place. And just the fact that you actually win the job or you're the backup, that's a cool thing. Like, not many people can say that. Like, what people want to hate just because he isn't like all American. Like, not every fucking player is going to pan out to be Julio Rodriguez or a Larry Bird. Not everyone could be Chris Jones. Yeah, that's cool, man. Hopefully he doesn't get benched and he can keep going. That's cool, man. Keep me posted with that. And I saw the photos of the pup. You get some new ones. You let me know. I will look at them. Pups all day, every day, especially when you get a new puppy. Nothing like that kind of feeling. So it's like when people want to show their babies off and no one wants to give a shit, right? But then it's like a puppy. You're like, yes, like I'll accept those, but the baby stuff, you can keep that to yourself. But not everyone. Some people's babies are cute, right? But I'd rather look at a puppy. All right, Chief. Megan, Elliot, all the goats in the building, Sarah, all the goats. Fantasy football, NWSF League, competitive dogs. It's going to be fun. I appreciate every single person that donated, commented, shared. Megan, MVP. Tifo Chief, MVP. All of y'all, MVPs. All the people that donated, shared, commented. I appreciate you very, very much. Someone wrote on the Jets versus Cowboys reaction, right, Joe? Why do you hate the Cowboys so much? I'm 43, lifelong fan of NFL and my Cowboys. Who said I was hating on the Cowboys? I call every video I do a reaction video right down the middle for both most of the time. I mean, unless it's like the Buccaneers playing someone and I'm just like Buccaneers and, I'm going through my emotions just watching that. But if it's any other team, shit, I give more love to the Cowboys and the Patriots than anyone on planet Earth. Hilario. These people with the comments that don't know me, they think they know me by just looking at me. This guy's a Buccaneer fan. He must be very biased. Like, come on, bro. Show up to a live stream for once, and then you can see how it is. Golly. Why do you hate the Cowboys so much? I did. Seriously, like, I like people on that team. I mean, I love Micah Parsons. Dan Quinn. Come on. CD is tight. Dak could be better, right? Tony Pollard is cool. I mean, what the fuck, man? People, huh? Why you hate the Cowboys so much? I don't. Even though I was a Niner kid growing up, it's like Emmett, Michael Irvin, Troy Aikman. That was dope as shit. And then fucking Dion went there from the Niners to the Cowboys, and then they were awesome in 95. But as a kid, I was more Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Steve Young, Jerry Rice. That was my ish, but I didn't want to hop on that bandwagon of those championships. I wanted to try to, find something I connected with on the defensive side. And then I waited one more year, and then Buccaneers. Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, draft, boom. John Lynch already there, my personality, boom. Mike Allstott, my personality. Heaven, nothing better than those guys ever again. Warren Sapp, never coming back. Derek Brooks, never happening. Rondé Barber, yeah, right. John Lynch, you wish, right? Mike Allstott, you'll never have one. Ever. Special. People in the comments, they crack me up, man. All right. Now we got to go for real. But thank you guys for everything. I appreciate you guys very, very much. I hate when guys get hurt in fantasy. And prayers up to Nick Chubb because that injury looked hella bad. I hope that isn't a career ending because I love Nick Chubb. And I appreciate all y'all. Elliot, Chief, Megan, Sarah, everyone, you guys are the GOATs. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.